In order. And we'll take a roll call, please, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. John Harabedian, Mayor.
Here.
John Caposcia, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm here.
Council members, Rachel Arizmendi.
Present.
Denise Del Mar.
Present.
And Jean Goss.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Del Mar will lead us in the pledge and the invocation. Please stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, this week is Thanksgiving. Somehow I always get the holidays. Did you guys ever? So for my little book of thanks, I would like to tell you about the word of thanks. Thanks. It's the one and only word that always comes with the memory of something good, something thoughtful, something helpful. Said from the heart, it's the best word to celebrate great endings or new beginnings. And it's not just the word, but everything it means. I noticed. I'm grateful. You made a difference. I appreciate you and all that you do. So for this Thanksgiving, make sure you say thanks to those who help you in your life.
Thank you.
I think he stepped out.
Okay.
Maybe he decided not to speak.
Well, and it might, I can see. All right. Madam City Attorney, can we have a report from closed session, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The council met in closed session on a matter of existing litigation, the case of Sipple versus City of Alameda. Direction was provided to legal counsel, but no other action was taken. Council also met in closed session to discuss a matter of potential threat of litigation. Direction was provided, but no action was taken. And the council wasn't able to, there was no time to discuss the initiation of litigation, so we didn't get to that.
Thank you. Everyone had a chance to look at the agenda. Can I get an approval?
I'd like to pull out, I'd like to pull out the one consent calendar item regarding the street improvement, I don't know which one that is.
It is item 1D.
D.
1D? Okay, if we can pull that out,
Okay.
please.
Any other changes?
Nope.
How about a motion with that amendment?
I move to accept the agenda with pulling 1D out.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And the minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes. Any changes? No changes?
I just had a couple typos that I'll pass over to
Okay, thank you.
Schallenberger.
Excellent job.
Thank you.
Well done.
All right. With that, can we get a motion to approve all of them?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mayor and City Council reports. Councilmember Arizmendi, we'll start with you.
Just one item, I just want to give special thanks to the Women's Club for their prayer community breakfast. It was a wonderful event, and which quiche recipe I definitely would like to have.
Oh, I'll get it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know how to do yeah, we want the quiche recipe.
I'll give
I
it.
think it's a secret.
No, I haven't.
Yeah. Councilmember Goss.
I was at that prayer breakfast as well. In fact, we were all there. It was just a really nice time, and thank you to the Women's Club. Just a wonderful occasion. I'd like to just call your attention to the fact that the Foothill Fall Ball Little League Championship game is being played as we speak over at Heasley, and our own Sierra Madre Brewers are playing in it against Arcadia American. There are 18 teams in that league from Arcadia, Temple City, San Marino, Pasadena, and we made it to the championship, so go Brewers.
Go Brewers. Councilmember Del Mar.
I just would like to remind everybody that Saturday is support small business owners and to shop downtown. I know there's going to be some festive going on for the kids and the sleighs, rides, and the horse and buggy. So as you're doing your Christmas shopping, just go downtown instead of hitting the malls and see what you can find down there. And everybody happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody as well. That's it for me.
Me too. Happy Thanksgiving. We'll get the show on the road. Everyone's here to hear about some business. So, how about the consent calendar first? we will do public comment for items not on the agenda. And I have one card here from our friend Ben Wong and Francisco Martinez from Southern California Edison.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff. I wanted to come this evening and personally introduce you to Francisco Martinez, who will be taking over my responsibilities as the representative of Southern California Edison here in Sierra Madre. I've enjoyed I guess it's been about 22 months since I appeared here first in February of 2013, representing the company. I have an opportunity to go work a little closer to home, and we'll be representing the company in 7 cities in the East San Gabriel Valley, including West Covina, where I used to serve on the city council. And, so anyway, I wanted to make sure that you had an opportunity to meet Francisco. I know letters went out to all of the council members and key staff. So, and in the spirit of Thanksgiving, I just want to say thank you to all of the city council here. You don't hear it often at the job that you do, because when you make a decision, you frequently will make a few people happy and a few typically louder people unhappy. And it's a tough job, and you don't frequently get much thanks. I want to just say thank you for the great job you're doing serving your community.
Good evening. Francisco Martinez, been with Edison for about 5 years. The last 3 years I've worked on emergency preparedness and electrical safety. Came out of the windstorm, a lot of process improvements. Prior to Edison, I worked on political campaigns. And right after high school, I joined the Marine Corps and I served in the artillery. After that, I went to Cal State Los Angeles and have a bachelor's and a master's degree. Thank you, and I look forward to working with everyone.
Thank you, Francisco. And as you can see, this is typical of our city council meetings. Very well attended and a very active constituency. So,
Thank you.
Good luck in Sierra Madre. Ben, thank you very much. You lost the mustache, so you shaved it because you were moving cities, or?
My wife didn't like it.
Okay.
Good reason.
But no, Ben, thank you very much for all your service the past 2 years. And Francisco, welcome. And I'm sure you'll be hearing from all of us, for good or bad. So
Well, thank you for the welcome. I look forward to working with you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment for items not on the agenda? All right. We'll move on to the consent calendar. Madam City Manager.
The consent calendar, with the exception of item 1D, which we'll take up next. Consent calendar 1A is adoption of resolution 14-87 approving our demands. 1B is authorizing staff to request proposals for website and document management services. I want to emphasize that is only requesting proposals. Should we decide there is something that would be awarded, it would return to a future City Council agenda for formal award. 1C is request authorizing staff to solicit proposals for a historic preservation consultant to conduct a survey of historic resources. Again, similar to item B, we're just requesting authorization to solicit proposals. The eventual award, if so recommended, would return to a future City Council agenda. 1E is a recommendation to provide an additional appropriation of $6,105 in sewer fund reserves and award a construction contract to VAJ Incorporated for construction of a replacement sewer in West Grandview Avenue at Hermosa in a total amount not to exceed $255,805. At 1F is the council's approval of a proposed turf removal rebate program for the public's benefit. The council at the last meeting did approve $48,000 in grant funds for a turf removal. This item would approve the guidelines for the program, which is front yards, not retroactive, meaning front yards removed from, I believe it's December 8th going forward. Additional details are in the staff report, but that's the gist of it. And 1G would be authorization of funding for interim planning staff contracts with Lilly Planning, Pacific Municipal Consultants, and Civic Solutions, and approval of Resolution 14-89 allocating additional funding for the contract. The additional funding that's necessary is $5,000. We weren't able to find, as you're aware, we have 2 vacancies in the planning department. We weren't able to find one company that could fill both positions, so we went to 3 companies. And I believe the full-time equivalent is about 1.8 FTEs, not the full 2 FTEs. And we would need additional $5,000 for that. That concludes staff's presentation. Be glad to answer any questions you have.
Great, thank you. Any questions on 1A, B, C, or E, F, or G?
I have one on the turf removal. I think on the application, you want to change the date to December 8th, 2014 instead
Okay.
of 2015. And if we're only, well, if people are only going to be able to bring these down to City Hall to submit them, could we please put the public work hours on there, on the application?
No, they will be accepted at the City Hall public counter
Okay.
all day long.
All day long, okay.
It doesn't have to go to Public Works. This will be, we're going to date stamp them as we receive them. We will be taking them in at the public counter, at the front counter of City Hall. And I don't see the date on the form, Councilmember Delmore.
It's the third line, see where it says repay,
Oh, okay,
okay?
thank you. I see that.
I have a comment on that too, go ahead.
Okay, just on the turf removal program, I think 15 days is not long enough.
Okay,
I'd like to see that 45 days.
okay.
And also, I think we need to receive the notification that it's been removed by 45 days, because I just thought this could be left open where somebody could remove it and not report it back for a month or something like that. So is there a way we can design this to say that, notification must be received within
And-
45 days or something like that?
We can do that. We can add, notification must be received. Plus, we're also doing we're doing a first initial inspection to see if the grass is there,
Yeah.
the square footage. Within the 45 days, we'll come back and we'll receive notification, and we're going to do a second visual inspection.
Yes. And the reason I'm saying that this is important, because again, there may be people at the end of the list that are waiting to hear whether they can
You're right.
participate or not if all the money's been taken. So we just want to wrap it up and
That's
just
the
move
reason
on.
for the timing.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay.
We can make it very clear that we would need to receive
Is
notification.
that okay with everybody,
Yeah, that's fine.
45 days?
And actually, just to piggyback on that, I mean, speaking of the waiting list, do we think that $2,000 per property parcel is the sweet spot? I mean, we're only setting aside 48,000, so I guess my question is, do we want to lower that so more people can take part? Let's say
That's at council's
$1,000 or,
discretion.
but did we model it off of any?
We just picked a sort of an average typical
Okay.
front yard on the large size.
Yeah.
On the large side.
Well, people may not also want to remove the entire
Front yard.
So,
So it's not like they have to use the 2,000, you're right?
well, no, but I mean, it's a good point.
Yeah.
That maybe we should try to spread it out a little bit more.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe $1,000 per property, which is still, I think, an incentive to do it, but we can discuss it after questions. Any other questions on the consent calendar?
I just had another question with the rebate program. It's just in the guidelines, they suggest to put a list of acceptable turf that it's going to be replaced, what it can be replaced with, because that's the question, and just to add that into the guidelines.
We are staying out of that. That adds another level of monitoring and follow-up. We're trying to keep a very simple program. So we purposely stayed away from that in the guidelines. If the council wants us to get into making sure something's replaced, what it looks like and what it is, it just adds another level of complication to the program. We'd be glad to do that. It's just more staff
Someone puts
intensive.
turf back on.
We're staying away from,
Well, they don't get the
No,
money.
no, they don't, no. Because
Yeah.
isn't there
That's a good point.
there is
Get better
no-
grass.
There is no follow-up inspection, there is no, we're not having the property owner sign that they promised not to put grass in for 20 years. We're not doing any of that level. We're just trying to keep it on people's honesty and their word and keeping it simple.
Okay.
And Mayor, Elaine, under 1E, each time you gave the amount, you said 255, 805.
Yeah,
And it's
225.
I
225.
said $225,805.
You said 250 when you were reading,
I'm sorry.
both times, so I wanted to make sure that.
No, the agenda's correct.
Okay.
225. Okay.
And then I just had a last question about item G and just how the not to exceed $40,000 was calculated, and where that came from.
That's based on the number of hours we believe we'll need at their hourly rate, taking us through the end of December.
End of December? Okay.
Mhm. Oh,
Thank you.
Sorry, I heard a little voice somewhere. End of March.
End of March.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will open this up for public comment on items A, B, C, E, F, and G. And seeing none, we'll bring it back. Could I get a motion, or, excuse me,
I
let's
would need-
discuss the turf
Right.
removal. You know, I'm fine with the proposed changes by the mayor pro tem. And I also would just, I would probably propose $1,000 per parcel, which would allow 48 people to take part instead of 24. Spread the wealth a little bit, but if we're set on 2,000,
Well, no, it's, I think, a good point, because only 24 can participate, with
I think you're gonna get
2,000.
24 people in this room that might
Right.
participate,
Maybe.
hopefully.
One.
but-
Yeah.
We got one already.
I agree with you.
Oh, no, council members are exempt.
No limit.
Can't read it? No.
We'll probably be put on the back of the list.
No, I'm okay with that. I like the idea of having it accessible to more residents, so.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
It's 1,000?
1,000. Any other discussion before we vote?
Would you like the creation of a form for Councilmember Arizmendi where when they agree to participate, they just sign a form they agree not to replace with thirsty plants?
Yeah, I mean, I think
We
that,
can have just a form, at least they know what the
Yeah.
intent of the program is. We can attach a form.
Okay. That would be good.
great.
Okay, ready?
A motion.
I move that we approve the turf rebate program with the changes as submitted.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There's none opposed. How about a motion for the rest of the consent calendar? I don't think we approve the
No.
entire consent calendar, so it's okay. We can approve the other ones right now.
I move to approve the remaining consent calendar items.
With the exception
with
of the one.
With the
exception
exception of
of
1D.
I will second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Item 1D, Madam City Manager, do you need a full report, Mayor Pro Tem, or,
We have Director Inman stepping to the podium.
okay?
No, we can just cut to the chase
Yeah.
on this. I mean, basically, we've got the low bidder, TerraPave, at $334,745, but their alternative 1 and 2 brings it up to $750,000, which is, $80,000 higher than the next lowest when you include all the alternatives. So the question for me is, I just don't want to go along with the recommendation to just give the entire thing to TerraPave. To me, the option would be to just give the base bid to TerraPave, then put alternative 1 and 2 on another bid, or rebid the whole thing again with all the alternatives included, because most of them came well under your budget anyway. You had 800,000 plus set aside, and every one but one bid was well under that. So would that make sense to go ahead and rebid the whole thing?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and City Council. That's a perfectly good idea. I think the best of those options would be to go ahead and award the base bid, reject the bids for the alternates, and then we'll just go back out to bid with those 2 alternates as a single project.
Yeah.
Is there a limit in terms of time for Measure R and Proposition C to spend those down?
No, we're okay on that. We have time to rebid those items.
Is there a loss of efficiency by going out to bid? In other words,
Pay more in the,
yeah, in other words, the nuts and bolts of
Yeah,
what.
one of the things that you lose when you go out to separate the projects out like this and rebid is the mobilization costs. You get charged
Yeah.
again, but the way this was structured, there's mobilization costs for each of the alternates, and that's one of the items where the contractor increased his bids over the base bids. So I think we'd be fine in terms of those kinds of efficiencies. The only thing that we lose is just the efficiency of having this part of the work done, having the bids in hand, and just having to go back out again. that's not a big deal.
So
It's
you
pretty
don't
quick.
think it's a good idea then to just rebid the whole thing and include it all three in one base bid?
We could do that, but as I think you've seen in some of our previous projects, there's no guarantee that we won't come in with, now that all these bidders know what's on the table, there's always the possibility that they can come back in higher than what they originally.
Yeah, last time we did this though, I mean, we were right because, I mean, my thinking is that, well, we know what the low bid is, and I'm thinking somebody wants the job really bad and is gonna just stick around, right around the bottom there just to get the work, you know? Oh,
If I can add something, I think one of the reasons the bids came out the way they did was the way that we bid it as a base bid and an alternate, an additive. And we specified in the bid package that we would base the award on whoever was the lowest
Right.
base bid. Now, when you do that, sometimes it encourages, which may have happened here, the bidder to lowball the base bid and load more into the additive. That is what happened here.
yes.
Our low base bidder has a unit price on excavation that's lower in the base bid than it is on the additive, and they are not willing to correct that. If we were to bid this out again, we would change the methodology as to give us more flexibility about being able to decide whether we're going to make the selection based on the lowest base bid or the lowest base plus additive overall. And we can do that, but we need to change the RFP to give ourselves that flexibility. Director Inman is correct that when you rebid something, there is always the risk, since everybody has seen each other's bids, that the prices may go higher. I know that you had a very good experience once where that
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
happen.
Oh, yeah.
And you
That's
could get
an-
lucky.
Playing with house money right
You-
now.
You could, that could happen again. So I just want to throw out the option that if you do choose to bid the whole thing out again, we will set up the RFP so that we don't get those practices
And
twice.
I would just add, based on what the city attorney said, we think the base bids are really good amounts.
Yeah.
We wouldn't want to, we want to take advantage of that good pricing.
And, yeah.
Great. Thank you.
All right.
We'll open this up for public comment. And we'll bring it back. Thoughts?
Well, I think we should do that, just take the bird in the hand.
Base bid and then worry about alternates
But
1 and 2
don't
later?
just- Yeah, do them later, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I agree.
Motion. Want to make a motion?
Okay, yeah, I move that we direct staff to just approve the contract for just the base bid and not include alternatives 1 and 2 at this time.
Is there a second?
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
And that's unanimous. And we'll move on to item number 2. Call for review of Planning Commission approval of Hillside Development Permit 12-01 and Conditional Use Permit 12-08.
We do have interim planning director Cardoso giving the staff presentation, and there is a PowerPoint. So at this point, Mr. Mayor, we don't want to
Yep.
shine the overhead projector right in your eyes.
And I think I might have to ask for some
that's
guidance to
right.
see if I
Need to
need,
recuse.
Oh.
yeah, okay. So at this point, due to the proximity of my residence to this project, I will be recusing myself.
All right. We'll miss you.
See you later.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. This is a call for review, as you know, of the Planning Commission approval on October 16th, 2014, of the Hillside Development Permit and Conditional Use Permit to allow construction of a 2-story, 3,125 square foot single-family home at a property located at 610 Baldwin Court. Here you see, we'll show you, this is the location of that property. Of course, this is Baldwin Avenue, North Baldwin Avenue here, Carter Avenue, and of course Baldwin Court. And the property is 610 Baldwin Court, as you can see the outline in red. Can you hear me better now? Is it okay? Okay, good. Project information, just as a little summary, the lot size, 13,018 square feet. Of course, that remains the same. Floor area, and what I have here are two columns. March 7, 2013 was actually the very original project when it first came before the Planning Commission. Originally, the total floor area, including the single-family residence and the garage, was 3,789 square feet. The version that was approved by the commission is 3,125 square feet. Lot coverage, as you can see there, it's 56%. Originally, now 55.7%. I just wanted to clarify that lot coverage. That is actually 55% of the allowable lot coverage. The allowable lot coverage is 4,568 square feet. That is 55% of that total. The actual coverage of the lot, in terms of the lot size, that is 12% of the lot size. Height was reduced from originally 25 to now 22 feet 7 inches. And the setbacks, as you can see, have changed. The north and the south have changed, and the rear has changed also slightly. The review criteria that you would use in reviewing the project include the hillside management zone standards, settlement agreement, and the exceptions specifically in the settlement agreement, track map conditions of approval, and also the Stonegate design guidelines, which actually was a condition of approval of the track map. This is basically a list of revisions that have been made since the original project was submitted to the Planning Commission back in March of 2013. As you can see here, various double height living room, ceiling, front covered porch, porte cochere, all of those were removed, reduced the massing of the second story along the north elevation, length of the second floor from the original, length of the building footprint as well. Reduced 1 bedroom and bathroom on second floor. Sizes of rooms were reduced. Floor plan was flipped, and I'll show you that when we come to the site plan. Reduced the height of first floor, a rear residence, reduced second story massing on north side, changed the color of the building. Originally it was more of a very light white or light cream, and now it's an earth tone color palette. They replaced slump block walls and with tubular fencing, and then later on they removed that as well. And also there were also requirements from the then Tree Advisory Commission to provide replacement trees to mitigate loss of 2 black walnut trees and 1 tree to mitigate the trimming, the significant trimming, substantial trimming of a branch of a coast live oak that is located on the adjacent property. This is the site plan, the very original site plan. As you can see, the garage is on the north side. There was a porte cochere here as well, and this was later on flipped around so that now the porte cochere was eliminated, but the garage is now on this side. So they basically flipped it to the south side of the property. First floor plan and then the approved floor plan on October 16. Again, you see that it was flipped, and then the second floor is where you see more of a significant change. From here, of course, flipped over, but also brought back along the west elevation, and also over this area was brought back, and also on the north side it was brought back in also, was reduced in. The basement was something that was added at the meeting on August 21st. And they later on reduced the size of the basement as well, and just to be sure the floor area of the basement does not count toward gross floor area, total gross floor area pursuant to the hillside management zone. Here are just basically the very original elevation, and then and as you can see here, this is the west elevation, so the front of the building as it fronts Baldwin Court. This is basically the angle plane requirement that you can see here and the height limit, so that's a combination. And then they modify that when they reduce the building height, so now you have the same, of course, limitation here, but then you can see the relationship of the lowered second story against that limitation.
Sorry, Director Cardoza, was the previous one from March 2014 or March 2013? The previous slide?
March 7.
2014.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2000.
13?
Thank you for
Yeah.
catching that. Yes, 2013. I'm sorry. That is correct. And I think I made the same mistake over and over, but it is supposed to be 2013. I apologize. Again, east elevation, that would be the rear elevation originally, and then what was approved. South elevation, again, and here you can see south elevation now with the second story basically pulled back. North elevation, original, and here you can see also that it was pulled back as well. Landscaping, as it was approved on October 16th, just to let you know, the oak tree that I mentioned earlier is on the adjacent lot to the south, and one of the branches which encroaches onto this lot is a branch that is wider in diameter than 4 inches. Therefore, the trimming is considered significant trimming, and as a result of that, the Tree Advisory Commission imposed the mitigation. And then at the October 16th meeting, the commission included a condition of approval that required that a tabebuia tree, a tree that is shown here, basically be eliminated so that it reduces the conflict, eliminates the conflict with that oak tree. And here are the findings that you have to make for approval of the project. These are the findings for the hillside management zone. Those are the 5 findings that are required. And also for the conditional use permit, those are the findings that are required for the conditional use permit. One thing I wanted to clarify regarding the conditional use permit is that it is focused on the requirement that the proposed project is significantly, basically contrasts, the design of the proposed project contrasts with the Carter Barn, the design of the Carter Barn, the style of the Macomber cabin and the Willis home, as those are existing structures on the site, and so that is basically the focus of the findings, to verify that in fact the proposed design is in sufficient contrast to those existing structures. And basically this concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. I'm also going to pass around another condition of approval for the commission, from the commission on October 16th, was that the applicant basically uses earth tones that are similar to specified swatches. And I'll pass these around so you can take a look at what they agreed upon. Also, I wanted just to let you know the applicant is also here, and they do have a presentation they'd like to show you.
Great. Thank you, Director. If the applicant would like to briefly present.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, council members. Richard McDonald on behalf of the applicant. we were last in front of you in January, earlier this year, when you remanded the matter to the Planning Commission. At that time, we suggested and discussed with you the possibility of an instruction to the Planning Commission for a workshop with them. It ended up not being an instruction but a recommendation. We sort of went around and around a little bit with the Planning Commission on whether or not to do it, whether or not to form a subcommittee, whether or not to try to sort through a couple of different options on how to have just a more friendly dialogue about what to do with this lot. At the end of the day, we ended up having a workshop with them in March. There were a number of preconceived notions on different parties' parts that became apparent in that workshop. For example, the settlement agreement, the infrastructure agreement, and the various contractual agreements between the applicant and the city led a number of people to think that no additional grading could be done. There was discussion about maybe, despite the language of those various agreements, some grading with regard to basements could be done to move second floor program from the second floor down into a basement. The parties agreed to research that. There was discussion as well about the track map, for example, requires us to provide a fencing plan, but there were a number of members of the community who did not want fencing between the various lots. So we as the applicant have a condition of approval that requires us to put fencing in, but we were fine not doing it. But because of the obligation to do it, we said we'd be happy to talk with staff about how to obviate that condition. Between March, you were presented with the August plan that then showed a basement, began to show no fencing, began to sort of modify some of what I call the restrictions that were sort of freezing everybody in place. And that opened up then between August and October the dialogue between the applicant and the Planning Commission to move program from the second floor to the basement, to modify the first floor program, to play with the floor heights, to experiment. In two of the hearings we experimented with a deck. One hearing people seemed to like it, one hearing they didn't, so it ended up coming and going. And at the end of the day, where we ended up by October was a unanimous Planning Commission approval, finding in conformity all the various findings that you have, plus based upon staff's analysis that showed for the fourth time that we were complying with the Hillside Management Ordinance. So what we'd like to do right now, I know there's a lot of information in front of you. I know you've received a lot of it, and I would like to reserve some time to deal with that later after you've heard from the community. But right now, we'd like the architect to just sort of show you visually what I've just chronologically tried to outline for you.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Adele Chang. I'm with Lim Chang Rowling and Associates, the architects. Since Thanksgiving is coming up, and on the note of thanks, I would like to thank all the members of staff who've been working with us for the almost 2 years now. They've been extremely helpful, answering all kinds of questions and so forth, and I thank you, Leticia, and Derek too, to say thanks to Derek and so forth. I'll try to go through my presentation quickly. Here, obviously, Leticia already showed it, is our site. And our lot is right here, right after the turn of Baldwin Court, lot 24. And there it is. And the first thing we did early last year, when we were starting to design the project, was we went around the neighborhood, and I'll go really quickly and showed you just a super fast photo survey. Obviously, here at the corner of Carter and Baldwin are the Craftsman homes that are right there at the corner, the two, one on the flag lot, one behind. And then very beautiful old houses, both 2 stories. And then we also have what's directly across the street at 30 East Carter. And then I'll show a few more along Carter. And what I intend to show is the large variety of types of architecture that exists directly in our neighborhood and also in some of the adjacent canyon streets. Everything from mid-century to Spanish-inspired to, I don't know what you call this, to something that's kind of colonial, inspired with the siding and shutters and so forth, and this type of thing, and something quite new. And, whoops, sorry, went too fast. And again, you know, some lovely craftsman styles and so forth. And last but not least, this one that I found was also very lovely and was the inspiration for our original design for Lot 24. And because, as you know, we submitted 3 lots with our initial submittal, we wanted to have variation in the styles. So we thought, okay, maybe Lot 24 could be something that is Spanish-inspired. We had a cottage-inspired with siding and so forth for Lot 21, and then another one that's a little more Monterey originally for Lot 22, and we had intended, if we were able to get the contract from the client, to do something more craftsman on Lot 25, basically to create something that is like a custom community, even though these are developer speculative homes, something that ended up not tract-like, but to have a variety of styles, just like in the rest of Sierra Madre. So I'll go through a quick history. Leticia already touched on this. Our very first hearing, March 2013, Leticia already showed you, and you can see here the footprint. And with the very next hearing, the following month, we had flipped over the plan at a suggestion of the planning commissioner, one of the planning commissioners, and we thought it was a great idea. The reason was to present less of a harsh face to the south, which is from downhill where it's visible, more visible from the community. And we thought, and this is a more active profile, we like that. At the same time, we had removed the front porch. The front porch had at the time encroached into the front setback by the amount of feet allowed in the hillside management zone. But we had removed that, and we also removed the 2-story tall living room as an effort to remove you can see that that's missing here, in an effort to reduce the sense of mass along the front. So that tall front plane, as well as the encroaching porch, is no longer here by the second hearing. At the June hearing, we had done some further reductions, and we had at that time taken out the portico share so that from the front it is a much smaller profile house, and we had further reduced the square footage from the previous. And then we came to the city council in July, and we were remanded back to the planning commission. We had workshops and so forth, and then in July of this year, we resubmitted, and we had following a number of workshops, actually only one at the planning commission, we resubmitted in July something that is further reduced in massing, where we took out the front bedroom and reduced the number of bathrooms on the second floor, so that it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath second floor. And with that came along with some reduction in square footage as well. And you can see the site plan here and how there's that difference. And then in August we came back, and this was subsequent to a couple of meetings with the community. At one where there was the suggestion to add a deck to the back over the garage, And so we did that. And we also reduced the size of the master suite, the master bathroom, and all of that, thus providing further reduction in square footage. And we submitted that to the Planning Commission, and then we found out, that's not what anybody meant, and they actually didn't like the deck, so that in the following submittal, for the September hearing, we removed the deck, and we had, let me see, did we do any? That was one of the changes. This was the one where we reduced the basement as well. I just didn't show it here. And then at the very last hearing, we also made actually there was another change before, but I won't go into the details. This is the very last hearing where we were approved. We made a number of significant changes. We were actually, I didn't go over it, but I'll do it in a little bit. We were soundly reprimanded for not reducing our first floor by 6 inches. So we went ahead and reduced it by 6 inches, and we did a number of other things, and we made a significant change in the color, so it's more earth-toned, even though the Santa Barbara style is typically in whites and creams. This I'll go over even more quickly. I won't talk. I'll just go over so you can kind of see the changes. Each of the red, wherever you see red dotted lines, this shows what the previous footprint was for both the second floor and the first floor. You can kind of begin to see that. Sorry, with the lighting and the projection, the colors are not very bright. So the intent of all of this is to show you how we had worked very closely with the Planning Commission, and whenever they made a specific comment, we had followed it, with the exception of that 6-inch one, which we finally did do. So this shows, the red line again shows the difference between the previous submittal to the submittal after that. So you can see the changes that kept developing over time, over all these hearings, and the substantial drop in height from originally being right at the building envelope to quite a bit below. Here we show an aerial view, so hopefully you can kind of see even more clearly in 3D. Oops, sorry. That went too fast. Sorry about that. And this is the final. We have a little fly-through. We don't have the designs of any of the other lots, so we could only show you boxes. And the landscaping that's there is based on the landscape plan and trees as they may be, within 3 years of being planted. Next, I'd like to show you how our design follows closely the design guidelines, specifically sections D1-1 to D1-9. And those were the sections that the City Council had asked the Planning Commission to review our project based on those sections. First, that building massing should be appropriate to the architectural style. The proposed home is a Santa Barbara variant of the Spanish colonial style. It's a composition of shallow pitch roofs that are tiled, and it has gable forms, as well as the signature arch openings that's typical of many Spanish style homes. Here are some examples. 1-2, the form, mass, and profile of the individual residences should consider the character and profile of natural slopes and be designed to limit impacts to the natural terrain remaining within the Stone Gate development. We actually don't think that this particular section applies to our lot at all, because we're actually not allowed to build upon any of the slopes because they're considered Category 4 slopes and they're untouched. And the area where we're allowed to build on is really the existing already graded pad area of Lot 24. And so the diagrams even of the design guidelines, these are illustrations taken directly from the design guidelines, show homes that are on the slope saying this is not good, this is good, and so forth. You can see them on the slope, whereas our application does not show anything on any of the slopes. 1.3, buildings should not call undue attention to themselves with monumental entries and/or overwhelming massing. For example, two-story entry columns are inappropriate, and the guidelines go to show examples of massive two-story entries with great Greek columns and so on and so forth. And it's very obvious that what we have proposed is nothing of the kind. The first floor entrance is here. It's very understated. It's recessed. There are no columns at the entrance, and it's a single door, not a double door. And the second floor is also quite de-emphasized from the street. 1.4, avoid large obtrusive building forms by breaking large volumes into smaller wings and additions. So the diagram we have to the left clearly shows how each elevation has been broken up, where the mass has been broken up into multiple planes on every single facade. And we number each of the planes, and they vary from 10 to 14 different planes. I can't read the numbers there. You guys can probably read it better. So we've kind of identified every plane, and we clearly don't have any large volumes. So 1.9, to reduce mass and bulk, facade should be broken by vertical and horizontal variations in wall and roof planes. Building projections, projecting ribs, reveals, balconies, doors, and window bays, and similar design elements. This is the precise wording of the design guidelines. And here we show you all the areas in the elevation where we've done exactly what was asked. We show, for instance, various vertical or horizontal plane breaks, another vertical. In the horizontal plane break, you can see where we've really done that and comply with this particular part of the guidelines. 1.6, two-story residences are encouraged to have a single-story element to provide transition to the two-story massing. Two-story masses should be located towards the center of buildings, with building height and massing stepping down at the edges to avoid the appearance of large two-story boxes. The pink is the one-story, the purple is the two-story. You can see very clearly it's very much to the middle of the home. There's no boxiness. It clearly steps down. We feel we do meet this part of the guidelines. 1.7, avoid creating a two-story structure that may overlook directly into neighboring properties. There's consideration about privacy here. And we've done a little analysis on the ground floor. This is the adjacent lot, lot 26. And it's a little bit of a flag lot, the adjacent lot. Lot 25 is over here. This is 26. And there's a driveway which comes here. And then the buildable area is generally marked here in the red. And on the ground floor, the windows we have, the only windows we have are right here, and they face onto the driveway and onto kind of a side yard condition, so we don't feel there's any privacy concern here. And on the second floor, we have more windows, but the separations are everything from 39 feet, I think that says, to 60, you guys can see it better, 60-some feet. So they are significant distances, and because of the driveway location here, we believe that the garage could potentially be in this area. Anyway, we think that between the distances and also all of our side yard landscaping, and then the tree that's over here, right there at that corner, that enough privacy will be provided. Almost to the last one, 1.8. All 4 elevations on a building should be designed with the same care and attention to detail. Each elevation should be consistent in form, materials, and type of ornamentation. And we have carried all the same detailing around all 4 sides. The same kind of shutters, the same kind of exposed rafter tails, the same type of windows and articulation, the arches in the front as well as the back, and so on and so forth around all 4 sides. And the very last one, building details should be in proportion to the overall building massing. For example, once again, avoid oversized entry columns, which are disproportionate with the massing and building facade, and I feel we've done that. And so just wanted to clearly show how we're entirely in keeping with the design guidelines and how closely we've worked with the Planning Commission over the course of the last almost 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cheng.
As I mentioned, we have others points, but at this point, I think it's probably appropriate for us to stop and
Great. Yeah, thank you. I'm sure we'll have some questions up here. Any questions either for the director or the applicant? Councilmember Del Mar.
I do have a question. Let me see if I can find it here. And it has to do with the south view. Was anything made to kind of reduce that massing look on the south end? I don't know. Someone wants to answer?
The south view, basically the southernmost plains are, I think maybe if I go to the
Sure.
3D, it might be more clear.
Wait, can I ask one quick question? Do you mean other than the Planning Commission asking the building to be turned around and?
Right, I'm actually thinking about from the January meeting with the city
Right.
council, what exactly was changed in that south view?
Okay.
at that
Why don't you
time.
walk her through those?
I think what will show more clearly is kind of the, whoops. I'm looking for my kind of aerial views. Sorry.
Because I do know that, you made some concessions on the inside of the house, but I don't see much of a difference on the outside of the house.
On the outside?
Yes.
Okay. That's quite surprising. I'm trying to show the it's kind of, should I be facing, there. Okay. From the January, did you say?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is probably what you saw in January.
Okay.
Is what I'm sorry, this one. This is what was submitted and denied. And then eventually the council saw what was submitted, which was this. We still have the 2-story here, and this is 1 story, and then this is sort of the south side. It really is, you know, a small roof and so forth. And the approved version this has moved much further back. This has become a larger roof element. And over here, the 1-story portion has increased significantly to the point where you can see there's a small section here of visible 2-story mass, but that 2-story mass is set back 30, 40 feet from the property line, very far back.
Show me the one from the 2013 again.
Okay. This one,
Okay.
where this is very much forward. This is just a little blip, whereas the other one is much more significant, and the 2-story mass is much more forward, whereas I think the approved one, the 2-story edge, probably is back somewhere by this second window.
Okay, thank you. Did you have any?
Just a quick question for Director Cardoso. Some of the trees were damaged, and you mentioned that the one big branch has to be removed to accommodate the garage there. So the tree commission is mitigating. Are those, mitigation is going to take place on this property?
No, my understanding is that, I mean, there are different ways of mitigating. You can either replace it on the property, or you could actually go to basically a tree bank where you can then replace it elsewhere. My understanding here is that the mitigation trees will be not located on the property, is what my understanding.
That's not correct.
Some of them will, perhaps.
Yes, good evening. The total mitigation, there were 2 black walnuts at the rear of the property. They were both damaged in the installation of the story poles. Each of those black walnuts were mitigated at 5-1 by the tree commission. The oak in the southeastern portion, it's actually on the adjacent lot. 1 branch was to be removed from that, so that was mitigated at 1-for-1, bringing a total of 11 trees. The landscaping plan that was submitted, we did find over 11 trees that were drought tolerant and conformed to our community forest master plan. So we considered the mitigation to happen on site.
Okay. With regard to, this is maybe for the architect, with regard to the basement, I mean, you know, this council had recommended, you know, making use of that, one of the guidelines there, to use the basement as a means of mitigating the massing. And I see you did that. You moved 1 bedroom to the basement, but you know, in my mind, I was thinking that there'd be, you know, more mitigation from the 2nd story. I know we didn't really articulate that, but can you tell me just what the thinking was and why you didn't make greater use of the below grade option to reduce further the 2nd story?
I'll do that, but I'd also like to make one more comment regarding the black walnuts. I believe those walnuts in a tree report that was prepared as part of the tract map and the EIR at that time was a super extensive arborist report with every single tree tagged on site, and those 2 trees were tagged as removable at that time. And this was done, 14 years ago, maybe 10, 14 years ago. And that's something I recall from some early days. So I wanted to add that. Why the basement? Well, we originally did show a bedroom in the basement, and there were 2 reasons. One was a reaction from both the community and the planning commission. Even though it's not supposed to count in the square footage, it was like, we overdid the basement, so we very quickly shrunk it back down. That's one. And number two, we then got information from real estate personnel who say that basements are not valued as much by buyers. Obviously, much of it does not have natural light and ventilation. Only a portion of it can. And so we shrunk it. We still, we just made the space open. So you'll see on the approved plan, we do not show a bedroom. It's just kind of open space, maybe some kind of a rumpus room or whatever.
Okay. All right.
But if you look at the comparison of the various versions, the second floor, in addition to moving some program to the basement, additional square footage was cut off the second floor when it was moved further back from the street.
I see that.
When it was pulled in from the north side, when the master bedroom was reconfigured, when the bathrooms were redone to create more of a Jack and Jill situation as opposed to separates, when it was pulled in off and the deck was eliminated. So we accomplished what we were discussing with the Planning Commission at the time by 2 or 3 different ways, as well as bringing the roof height down and then on our own initiative flattening the plane of the roof as well. So we not only lowered the 9 foot to 8 foot 6, but then we flattened the plane of the roof to bring it down an additional foot to 18 inches.
Yeah.
Ms. Chang, I have a question for you. And I wanted to explore your comment about the design guideline D/1.2 not applying here. If you think back to our January meeting, I think we talked about 3 hours about that design guideline in particular, and we were all very focused on that one. So I guess I'm a little concerned with the view of the applicant that it doesn't apply. Can you kind of walk me through that? I mean, if you read D-1.2, there's nothing in here that says anything about graded property pads not being applicable under 1.2. So I guess what interpretation are you taking that it doesn't apply?
There are 2 parts to that answer. One is from the wording that says to protect slopes, the wording about protecting of natural slopes and so forth, and from the diagrams which clearly show houses on slopes, we read from that wording that we're not on the slope, we're on the flat portion. That's one answer. The second part of the answer is, in spite of that, we did want to still respond to the hillside condition, the current condition where you have a slope and then you have a pad, you have a slope, you have a pad, you have a slope, you have a pad, and then there are some more natural slopes in the backdrop. So in the same way, we have 1-story forms in a gentle slope going up to 2-story form and then the roof slope. And to me, that type of stair stepping also in form and massing responds to the natural environment and the character of the slopes in the area.
Okay. Yeah, I guess my concern, which I think was touched upon by my colleagues here, is particularly that question of really whether the current design fits into the natural slope when looking from the south side. And we, again, in January, we talked about that at length. And I think there's still a concern here that if you were to look up at this property from Carter, you see a pretty massive building. And I understand the pushback or the setback was, moved back on the garage, and you also did cut a piece off from the front of the house. But I think that there is still a concern that, all things considered, it doesn't have the feel of a natural slope when looking at the house, as would a house that either was 1-story, of course, or was 1-story with a second level that was significantly pushed back, significantly to where really it was 30 to 40% of the first story, or something along that range, and also from the street really just faded into the background. And I think from the diagrams, the diagrams, although there has been some improvement there, it does look like there is still some work there potentially. And if, we could put that back up. Even the version that we have here today, there's still,
Oh, it's
there-
off.
yeah, well, there's still a pretty significant,
Oh.
yeah, and you can, so yeah, this is, I think that from this view, if we were to take the south side view, I'm not seeing a ton of effort to actually push back the second story, notwithstanding the front part of the house, okay? If you look at the back part of the house, you still have, for the most part, a two-story structure, right?
May I
Sure.
answer that? Remember the lot I showed you, the adjacent lot? You would have a driveway right about where, starting because of the curve of Carter, Carter would curve like this. The driveway would be here, and it would come in, and then you start to have the house for lot 26 right around here. So I would like to suggest that the view of this part of it is mostly will eventually mostly be blocked by lot 26, and then lot 25, which is further forward. 25 would occur right around there. That's one. Second, our setback line is actually right here, 10 feet away from the property line over here. And our second story on this portion is another good 12 feet away from there. And then this part, the middle part of it, is at least 30 to 32 feet away from the property line. So in terms of setback, it really is quite a bit further back. It could have been a house that had a one-story form here. It could have been, but because we did not want the typical, shall we say, more track look, where you have a garage right here in the front, and every lot, you drive down, you have a garage, and then you have a little bit of house, you have another garage, and a little bit of house. We wanted to avoid that. So we pushed the garage to the back, which meant that we had to have this area not have any house there. If we had house here, you would have clearly been able to we would have been able to say, we have a roof here, and that follows the hillside and so forth. But by pushing the garage to the back, which we feel is a positive for the community, it seems like it's a good deed that's being punished.
Well, it was pushed back when we saw it in January too, so appreciate it.
I might add that with regard to the infrastructure agreement that was required under the track map, the provisions of this particular section that require additional grading or different types of grading were not something within our purview to do. That was the discussion we had with the Planning Commission on March 6th about basements and whether or not we could do that, and then that was the discussion we had with staff in April and May, trying to figure out under the terms of the settlement agreement and the infrastructure agreement and the approved grading plan that's already been approved by the city, whether or not that might be something we could figure out how to do. In addition, there is nothing under this particular design guideline or any other document with the city that requires the view from the south to trump the view from the north, the east, or the west. The idea behind the design guidelines is to create a balance from all different perspectives based upon the code provisions that exist. And those code provisions set forth the required setbacks and provisions that we complied with every step of the way. So while you can say you're worried about a view from Carter, as the architect explained, there's going to be 2 other homes there before you see this, and there's nothing in any document that I've seen that says the view from Carter trumps the view from further up the hill or trumps the view from the east or the west. And what the Planning Commission did, to its credit, was spend a lot of time trying to sort of figure out that 360 circumference. And one of the things we suggested to the Planning Commission was trying to think through whether or not it made sense to do some master planning so that we could deal with all 4 views from various different lots. For a lot of different reasons, the Planning Commission never landed on that square, but some of them did say they thought it was probably a good idea on a go-forward basis.
Point taken on the views. I mean, would you admit, though, that when you're talking about provisions that talk about having houses on hillsides fit within the landscape and the natural terrain, would you admit that the southernmost view is really what those provisions are getting at? I mean, I don't think anyone's that worried about looking from the top of a hillside down and not seeing something that you could see there before. I think we could both agree that the hillside management zone ordinance was really written so that the view towards our mountains from the city would not just be completely obliterated.
Would I agree with that?
We can
No.
agree with that. You wouldn't.
No, because the purpose of the settlement agreement was to minimize the upslope grading, and down below is where the built-in pads were to be put, so that as you looked at it, you would look and you would see this sort of continuation across Carter, some density of homes, but then it would open up at the top. And that's to preserve the hillside views that you're talking about. So when you say the southern view at this 40-degree angle, that's not what the settlement agreement or the hillside management ordinance as incorporated into it was designed to achieve. It was designed to achieve your view at more of a, say, 60 or higher degree angle. The other thing, too, is if you look at your staff report refers to tentative track map condition 141 as incorporating the design guidelines. What that condition actually says is that the design guidelines are to incorporate the minimum hillside management zone standards, not the ones that you might be talking about at more at the sort of that might apply to an individual lot on an individual space by itself, as opposed to this plan for much larger number of homes, although not as large as I think some people think, because at the end of the day, some of the pads that were cut don't work, and there's going to have to be some lot consolidation. I might add, too, that the reduction in the second floor, the program, is now 25% below what the settlement agreement provides and close to 400 some odd square feet below the hillside management zone itself. So it's already been cut down demonstratively as we've gone through trying to address the Planning Commission's design concerns each step of the way. So I think that when you pick just one piece of a puzzle, I think you lose the forest through the trees. Because what the Planning Commission did, to his credit, was try to balance all sides of the Rubik's Cube and tried to figure out a way that all views and how to set this up for development on both sides.
Right. I mean, we can disagree on the views, but the reason why I think I've focused on this piece of the puzzle is because it's a pretty big piece. It underlies our fifth finding for the hillside development permit, and specifically that fifth finding says that we have to make sure that this building adheres to 17.52.120 of our code, and part of that code, A2, says buildings and structures on RH zone lots shall be designed to minimize their adverse visual impacts. The siding, shape, materials, and colors of all such buildings, structures shall be designed and maintained as to blend in with the natural landscape. Now, I read that, and we can disagree on our interpretation, but just as a layperson, I read that as being very clear. If you are building on a hillside, you should build a house that blends into the hillside.
But if you it says the siding, what was the other points there? The
Siding, shape, materials, and colors. I mean,
Right.
the materials and colors, I don't think anybody's asking you to change the materials that you're building the house out of.
Nor the shape, nor the siding.
Well, no, I think we are talking about the siding. Well, not the siding specifically, but I think we are talking about the shape, which is specifically what the design guidelines go towards.
Well, but you also, you can play with that, but I would add one other quick point, and that is if you take a look on page 3 of your staff report, where it talks about the criteria for a proposed project, and then it talks about, in the third paragraph, the floor area and the maximum permissible floor area not being a guarantee that'll be authorized in the discretionary review process, but will be considered in good faith. In fact, if you read paragraph 5.3 of the settlement agreement, it says that the discretionary review shall be conducted, quote, so as to apply, end of quote, the permissible gross floor areas as a maximum standard.
Right, I don't
So
think,
the
yeah.
balance, what you end up with is one document that says you've got to apply what's in the settlement agreement. You've got another document that says you have to balance that with the design criteria. And again, that's where I go back to what the Planning Commission did, was balance the various sides of the Rubik's Cube as opposed to just picking one side.
Right. I understand what you're saying here, but we have to particularly make findings for your development permit,
So
correct?
did they.
Of course, they did. But one of those findings is specifically targeted at the provision that I just read.
But
So
it's
this,
not limited to the south view.
that is
Nothing in what
completely
you read
true.
that says
That is
it's limited.
completely true, okay?
Right.
But the fact of the matter is, the building in front of us has a particularly grave effect on the southern view. So if it had a particularly grave effect on the western view, maybe I would be asking you about the western view. The reason why I'm asking you about the southern view is because it's problematic, right? And so that's why I'm
asking, yes.
That's why I'm asking about it. So I guess that's what I'm getting at. And look, you don't have to answer it now. We're going to have public comment and discussion. But I think just so you know where I'm coming from, this is something that as a council we have to make that finding. And your interpretation of that provision might differ from mine and from our city attorneys or the rest of the council. I don't know. But I at least wanted to have your response to that, because I think it was problematic to come up here and say that design guideline 1.2, which really adheres to the provision that I'm talking about under 17.52, is not applicable to this project. You know, I think that...
What I would have said is that provision, 1.2, does not apply to the extent that it requires new grading of the existing building pads. It does, however, have a subsection or sub-bullet point that talks about using basements, which we've done. It does have some other sub-bullet points that deal with cantilever roofs and some others that we've also done in conjunction working with the Planning Commission. If you look at it, there's like 6 or 7 bullet points.
Mhm.
I would say probably 3 of them deal with regrading of the lot, which was not something within our purview given the infrastructure agreement and approved grading plan by the city. The other bullet points, the other 3 or 4 that dealt with use of abatement, roof lines and the like, we did deal with and worked with the Planning Commission on to meet. So if I can clarify, when she says it doesn't apply, I think what she's saying is doesn't apply if it requires a regrading of that entire existing building pad that was already there.
Yeah, which I don't think anyone's suggesting, so...
Well, but that's what there are 3 bullet points in there that would suggest that.
Well, I think, there's, that provision, I think, is very straightforward in what it means, which is buildings should adhere to the natural slope. And I think that's, beyond regrading and beyond the different bullet points, the overarching purpose of that is for the buildings to adhere to the natural slope of the hillside.
Well, let me put it this way. It was a unanimous Planning Commission that thought it did.
Right. I understood.
To think it doesn't means either that that criteria is too subjective to be enforced, or it means that someone's not looking at the entire Rubik's Cube. As the architect said, there are 2 other lots south of this lot before you hit Carter. So to be able to say that from Carter, this view line is going to be a problem without taking into consideration those 2 other lots like the Planning Commission did, I would argue is a misapplication of that standard, that D1.2.
I think even the 3D pictures that you showed show that you can see this building from Carter.
No, they didn't.
That's the way I saw it.
Well, if you want, you can put it back up there, but it had a block on it that wouldn't have allowed for that. And the way her explanation of where the driveway goes. And the other thing, too, is that lot 26, and then lot 25, Again, one of the reasons in the March workshop and subsequently that I suggested to the Planning Commission and suggested in some neighborhood meetings that this be done as a master plan was for the very reason that you're talking about. How do you balance the view of this lot with this one, with this one, with this one, with this one, when you're doing them all individually? How do you do that? To me, it's. I mean, I came into this late in the game, and so that was sort of a fait accompli in the cards that I was handed. But I've said repeatedly, I don't understand it from just a planning point of view. It seems to me that if I were you, I would not only think that a unanimous planning commission shows that you can make that finding, but that I would also think very seriously as the city council that it would make sense to say, okay, we can make this finding, but we're going to have to deal with this, and it makes more sense to deal with this on a little bit more holistic basis than, one lot at a time, 10 hearings a lot, everything coming up to you,
Right.
50 hearings for the next several years.
Right.
But that's what we're dealing with. Right now, we just have one house that we're looking at. So we don't know what's going to go on either side of them. We're
And
just
since you don't know, I don't think you can say, in all due respect, I don't think you can say therefore a view is going to be
I'm
blocked.
sorry, I'm talking. Thank you. I heard the architect use that for a reason why something didn't apply was because we don't know what's going on each side. We can, so you can go back both ways. You can either use that we're just looking at one home for one occasion, or you can, or another. But right now, my job as a city council is to look at this one home and the way it looks right now as one home, because I don't know what's going on either side. And things have been vacant up there for a long time, so that house may be standing by itself for 2, 3, 4, 5 years. I don't know. But, I just want to deal with one house.
I'd like to add my 10 cents worth. It seems to me that is the prudent way to approach this, given all the intangibles about development in this town over the years. Yeah, there may be a house built below it. There might not be. And I think we have a very important duty here to make certain that the views that we're talking about that are laid out, that are discussed in these documents, are discussed and mitigated properly before we okay any kind of development. I don't have any questions, Mr. Mayor, but I have further comments after public comment.
Sure.
What's possibly could go on the lots before it. I mean, it's, as I'm listening to it, it almost could be construed to say that the plan is to build large structures in front of it, and I'm having a different thought about that maybe they shouldn't be tall structures in front of that. And you're right, if you build something really tall, it's going to obstruct it. But then you've got the next problem, which is a tall structure that does not conform in my mind. So, we're dealing with what's in front of us, and it may be appropriate in the 2 lots below it that perhaps only a single-story house is appropriate for that. But when you're looking up at it, and that's one of the flaws that I see with the presentations. Sure, they look really good on paper, but, I went up there again today, probably the 5th or 6th time I've looked at this, and I do see, a large, massive structure that is sitting up on the building pad that drops down below it, and it's just really, really difficult for me personally to see how this is not looming above the lot below it. So I'll let it go at that, and just maybe after we hear and we deliberate a little bit more on it, we can articulate those views a little bit better. But that's kind of what I'm seeing, so I'm not really understanding the argument that it could be obstructed by large structures in front of it.
That's not the argument I was making, but
Okay.
I do understand your concern about the size of the house.
May I say one quick thing? The story posts that are there do not represent what was approved. They are really what was done for the August hearing, where we still had 9-foot plates on both first and second floor, where we now have 8 and 8.6. The reason is, from hearing to hearing to hearing, from August to September to October, we basically, it was month. So you can imagine the preparation, the submittal to the hearing, there actually wasn't time to get it fixed. So that's
Understood.
what's happened. So you're looking at something that might be off.
Yeah, I recognize that when I'm looking at it, but I'm still
good.
trying to visualize, the end result here. And I don't think my opinion would change if you lopped off another foot off the top of that and
Right.
moved a few of the poles over too much,
Right. I think also that we must not discount the landscaping that's going to go up. If necessary, we can up the sizes of the trees so that they're more full-grown from day one. But we have an entire row of screening trees all along the side.
I'll just say I understand that, but again, I know that it's been expressed before with our planning commission that it's really not a good practice to mitigate bulk and massing with vegetation. I mean, trees could be cut down any time, and it could be that the new owner doesn't want its view of below it obliterated by the trees. So I'm really not in favor of
Okay.
doing that sort of thing.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. We'll open this up for public comment. And I do have speaker cards, and I will call you guys up, and I'll even probably call 2 or 3 after so you guys can line up. We've historically, for the past few months, allowed people to go on past their 3 minutes, which we will allow here, but I think just taking into consideration, we do have a lot of speakers, and just for everyone's benefit, if you could keep it to around 3 minutes, that would be great. First speaker is Catralia Angus. And the next one up is Gary Hood.
Catralia Angus, 405 North Cannon. I have lived in Sierra Madre for all of my 53 years. From the time I was a little girl right to the time the trees at One Carter were felled, I used to walk up to One Carter, but seldom do so anymore because I firmly believe that the new artificial-looking landscaping in front of what was once open space and the proposed homes are not part of the Sierra Madre I know and love. Instead of a bigger Sierra Madre, I have suddenly found myself in a much smaller Sierra Madre because I cannot bear the sight of the changes that are being proposed to take place at One Carter. Houses are not only for those who live in them. They are for those who live near them and who go past them. I saw this last month as a friend and Pitzer classmate, the widow of a former Claremont City Council member, and I were walking through Claremont. I found the encroachment of large buildings and neighborhoods famous for their trees very depressing, and the Claremont I visited last month is starkly different from the beloved Claremont of my school days. Likewise, the proposed massive structure at One Carter Stonegate will detract from the warm, friendly atmosphere that makes Sierra Madre, Sierra Madre. It is completely inappropriate. I am strongly urging you to deny the proposed large and unsightly house at One Carter Stonegate. Once again, please maintain our quaint ambience for which we are famous and deny this stark, enormous mansion that does not belong in our town.
Thank you. Gary Hood? And then the resident at 281 West Carter, I'm sorry, I can't make out the name, is up next.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Thank you for this opportunity to speak for 3 minutes. The first thing I'd like to talk about is one of our past mayors who did something quite significant. George Mauer, while mayor, insisted that we have streets, gutters, and curbs. And I think we all owe him appreciation for doing that, because before that project could go forward, he insisted on that. That has, of course, cut down significantly on the dust and the erosion and everything. I think from the beginning, it's kind of been bad luck for the city when this property was sold. It's been bad luck for City Hall. It's been bad luck for the wildlife up there. Definitely been bad luck for the trees and the owners of the property who have gone through significant expenses trying to build something up there. For sure, the local residents have suffered the loss of the trees, the wildlife that is now down into the city. So I'm hoping that tonight's decision can bring good luck and bring some more positive effect for the community in the decisions that you folks will make tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Caroline Brown is next. No, 281, sorry, after, yeah.
I didn't have my glasses, sorry.
Okay.
I'm Glenn Springer. I live on Carter. I don't see any houses like this on the street. There isn't any houses like this. And, well, I'm with Preserve Sierra Madre, and we're asking people who are concerned and want to join us. We're there. We are preservesierramadre.com, 626-230-3660. We have shirts. And I'd say more about the project, but I'm sure a lot of people are going to say the same thing, so I'll keep it sweet.
Thank you. Caroline Brown. And Mike Kinney is next.
Caroline Brown, Alta Vista Drive. I was interested tonight to hear actually the architect talk about having been here on the order of 2 years in the process of putting this project in front of you. Some of us have been in this room for over 14 years on one Carter alone, and longer than that, on the order of 25 years in terms of protecting our hillsides and the hillside ordinance. But I've been asked to read a letter from Don Watts, who is, I'm going to thank for all of us for serving in the Peace Corps. He's in Albania. I'm sitting with a fellow Peace Corps volunteer who was in Honduras. I was in Malaysia. And when we think about what we experienced in parts of the world where they don't have the affluence we have here in the United States, it makes looking at some of these projects very interesting indeed. But let me read you Don Letter's the other part of it is that you can get an email from Albania, whereas when I was in the Peace Corps almost 40 years ago, it was an airmail letter that took 2 weeks to get to California. Anyway, here's what he had to ask you. He says, my biggest concern probably has more to do with the issue of availability of water for the project. Has anyone discussed this as an issue, and how long ago? In light of the water shortage we have currently, has the EIR been reevaluated or updated regarding water? Seeing that the dropping water table provides a finite supply that is dwindling, this limited supply may last a decade or more and should be studied. Approving this project could put the whole town in jeopardy, he remarks. Can the developers guarantee that they can find the additional water sources? The city should be working with Arcadia. Arcadia's population is growing and is drawing more and more from our supply. Remember paper water? That was a discussion that architects were able to deal with years ago, but no longer. A comprehensive plan for what is seen as the maximum supply/demand capacity would be important, since seeing that the water table is dropping, knowing this. I think the city would be putting itself in a legal hole, opening itself to legal action for approving a project that's being allowed by both the citizens as well as the developers. And that's submitted by Don Watts. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Kinney, and Barry Gold is next.
Mike Kinney, 620 Sierra Meadow. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. As you've heard, this public conflict has been going on since the summer of 1999. We were successful in defeating the Maranatha High School campus project. We have fought hard, as you know, over the last time to keep this project as small as possible. The situation is, this is not a normal size housing project. You have substandard parking Main Street into the development, and on each side of the street there's a big sign that says no parking allowed at any time. What I am concerned about is the vehicle property on the property. There is not enough space for vehicles and for guests to visit the various homes. And for your information, in the last 30 years, there's been 2 brush fires through that area that have gone clear down to Carter Avenue. The thing that I'm worried about is safety of our adjacent neighbors. We've had the brush fires. The brush fires I was president of the Sierra Madre Fire Safe Council. I'm well aware of the possible conditions. I've seen the devastation in Ramona after their fire in 2007. Even though homes are Spanish, have the tiles and everything else, they do burn under certain situations. So I would like to request that this project kept as small as possible for the safety of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Barry Gold, and then Heather Allen is next after Mr. Gold.
I'm Barry Gold, live at 441 Ramona Avenue. Good evening, Mayor Harabedian and council members. I commend this council, specifically members Del Mar and Capaccia, for agreeing to review the Planning Commission's approval of the first house at 1 Carter. The importance of preserving Sierra Madre's uniqueness by ensuring that all development conforms to the ideals of the general plan, municipal code, hillside ordinance, and in this case the settlement agreement, cannot be stressed enough. I know you have all received the extremely comprehensive and well thought out letter from the Preserve Sierra Madre organization requesting you to deny this project or remand it back to the Planning Commission to be redesigned in a manner consistent with the city's goals and requirements. You have also received a brilliantly presented analysis of this matter by John Hutt, asking you to be open-minded and not allow the threat of legal action to influence your decision here tonight. There is an element of subjectivity when deciding this project's appropriateness. So after you analyze all the information presented to you, the Preserve Sierra Madre letter, John Hutt's analysis, the staff's report, and other materials you have researched, and you look at the design of this house, its bulk, mass, and fit, if you truly feel that it blends into the hillside and complements the neighborhood, then vote to approve it, and you will have my full support. However, if you are not convinced that this is the best design that the developer could come up with that would complement and enhance the community's uniqueness and that blends into the surrounding area, then please send it back to the Planning Commission and ask them to have the developer alter the design or present a new one so that the goals of our city's century-old tradition of preserving our uniqueness are conformed to. We do not want to prevent homes from being built at 1 Carter. We just want our city's right to preserve our uniqueness to be complied with. And if that takes a judge to tell us whether or not we have that right, so be it. Thank you again, members Del Mar and Capaccia, for treating this matter with the importance it deserves by calling for this review. And thank you all for your time and your careful consideration of this matter.
Thank you. Heather Allen and Charles Boucher. Charles Boucher will be next. Oh, no, Heather, you're next, and then Charles, sorry.
This is Dawn's.
Thank you.
Charles, Heather's going to go first. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm confusing people by doing this 2 at a time. I'll stop doing this.
Hello, Heather Allen on Grove. I wanted to comment on a couple of aspects of this project, and they are the size of the project and the design of the project. And I don't know how well these photos are going to show up on TV, but you can pass them around and look at them or whatever. I'll put them in the minutes with my speech. The first thing that popped out at me when I looked at the general plan is part of the overview of the land use policy. And this is page 18, if anybody cares to look that up. And it says, quote, hillside areas should be preserved either in their natural state or with very low density residential development, which is designed to be sensitive to the environmental nature of the foothills. Whew, what a mouthful. It's already been said that this is the first house and it sets the precedence, and I've forgotten the number of lots. I think it's 29. I'm not sure up there. Anyway, we know we have more than 20 lots. And my point is that if we want to adhere to the general plan, these houses must be modest in size. Simply, by definition. Because otherwise it's violating the general plan. Any developer can say, well, you allowed them to build this 3,100 square foot house at 610 West Carter, so why can't I do another one at 618 Carter? And so it goes up into the mountain, and we'll have all kinds of little houses up on the hillside, as the song goes. So basically, if you have 20 houses of this size in the Stone Gate, that's not very low residential density. That's not small density. Okay, my second point is last weekend I went and visited the site, and I'm really glad that I did because, you know, there's nothing like seeing the site. It really gives you a much better understanding of what we're talking about tonight rather than graphs on a piece of paper. And I saw the poles, and many of you probably see it when you drive by, and I saw this large stretch of land from the poles all the way up to the barn. And then I walked up closer, and I saw those large white hearing signs with the addresses and when they're going to have the meeting, etc. And honestly, my first impression was, oh, this isn't so bad. Nice large piece of property. Okay, maybe this is doable. And then I took a closer look at the addresses, and I realized it's 3 lots. 3 houses are going to be here. I took a look at the poles. I swear I thought it was the garage at first. And I went, they're going to put a house here? Oh my gosh, I was stunned, to say the least. I was completely stunned. That's part of why I'm here. So what I did is I took some pictures down the street on Baldwin. And the first one I took is 501 North Baldwin. I don't know how well this is going to show up. I'm not an architect. But I looked up the information, and this house size is 1,100 square feet, roughly, on a 5,700, roughly, square foot lot. So just kind of think about those numbers. 1,100 on 5,700. The lot is obviously bigger than the house, okay? A lot bigger. This second photo, nice little cabin. It's a little bit down the street and across the way, 480 North. The house size for this is around 1,000 square feet, and the lot size is 9,700 square feet. I'm rounding them up or down. Again, the lot is much bigger than the house. Now think about the project we've been talking about tonight at 610. It's 3,100 square feet on 13,000 square feet of land. But this is what I learned in researching this project, and this is what everybody needs to understand. On paper, that looks great. On paper. But in reality, it doesn't look great, and here's why. Only half the land is really buildable. And it's difficult to understand that if you're just looking at paper, unless you're actually up there. A lot of it, I think more than half of it, is not buildable because of the slope. And I didn't understand this, but the only buildable area is really 5,500. So if we go back to those numbers, we're now looking at a project that's more like 3,100 compared to 5,500 square feet. That's quite a difference in proportion than these other homes I showed you down the street. And yet, they're all in the same neighborhood. So, the proportion of this project, in my opinion, does not fit the surrounding area. Somebody said to me, you know, none of the other houses in the neighborhood have so much house on so little land. And I think that pretty much sums it up. The last photo I wanted to show you is a really nice house. It's a larger house. This is on Baldwin as well. This is 477 North Baldwin. The house is around 3,800 square feet, and the lot is 13,000 feet. Now this house in size reminded me of the project that we're looking at tonight, in the sense that it's around the same size. But here's another interesting thing I learned. This is built on 2 lots. Big difference. So I don't know how the developer feels about this, but maybe he could consider putting 2 lots together and building a nice home. I would think he'd still make some profit. Okay, what was the last thing I was going to say? Oh yes, in regards to the design aspect, if you look at the general plan again, it states, this is in the land use goals, preserve and enhance the diversity and character of residential neighborhoods, ensuring that new development is compatible in its design with older established development in stable neighborhoods, without attempting to replicate or mass produce a style of development. Now we've already talked about how the architect's design is kind of cookie cutter. But I think what's more important is if you look at what's already established. The first house I talked about, right on the corner. This is catty corner to what you're going to be building. Down the street, pardon me. Kind of a log cabin rather rustic-looking, reddish-colored house. Imagine these houses with the Santa Barbara style that you're talking about tonight. It isn't really compatible, in my opinion. Maybe the developer would like to consider something along these lines. I mean, we want the houses to be unique in character, but we don't want one of them to stick out so much that it doesn't fit in at all, like a sore thumb. The last thing I wanted to say is just something that occurred to me throughout the process of all these hearings. When the HMZ was drafted years ago, the city attorney at the time, Mr. Colantuno, said it was defensible in court. My understanding is he said that 10 years ago. So I'm wondering if that's true, why are we fearing a lawsuit? These documents will stand on their own. So you should feel really confident in making the best decision for the community. And I'm hoping you'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Charlie Busher. I've been a resident of Sierra Madre for 40 years, and I understand that's the way we start out here. Also, thank you for spending our money so wisely and for legally handling all of our matters. And thank you for being here and allowing us to be rude to you. The matter is, of course, that the house that's designed there is in the style of Wallace Neff, who was very famous in San Marino. Just the first house out of Allen on the Huntington Library grounds is a Wallace Neff house, very similar to the last design of this house. We're dealing with a hill property. We need Frank Lloyd Wright. We've got water, we've got design. The only thing we don't like about it is, thank God it's not a garage attached to a house. So, the buildings will be made there. They won't look like what is now planned. Let's hope for the best.
Thank you. Tim Thomas. Tim Thomas was here. Okay. Well, we'll move on. Marguerite Schuster.
Marguerite Schuster, Mount Wilson Trail. Thank you for taking the time to review the decision about the proposed first house at Stonegate, an important symbolic and practical matter for the entire community because of the way it bears on the future of our city. As you well know, a majority of the comments about the planned house hold that it could be set down anywhere and is simply unsuited to the natural environment. I, of course, commend to you the entire section of the Hillside Ordinance on Building Standards and its accompanying drawings. If you think the Hillside Ordinance intends to forestall Lavinia-style developments, and having personally worked on the ordinance, I do think so, then you have ample reason to reject this house because it points straight in the mini Lavinia direction. Of course, aesthetic judgments are at the heart of the matter, and such judgments are in fact made by all reasonable people. They should be taken seriously. However, such judgments are unfortunately hard to prove. They may be derided, however unfairly, as mere matters of opinion. Therefore, I would like to provide compelling evidence that the developers actually have ignored everything but the pad on which they wish to build. At the last Planning Commission meeting, since I thought it inevitable that the house would be approved, I decided to argue for the one thing I thought maybe I could get, namely protection for the fine oak at the southeast corner of the proposed house, one of the only remaining large oaks on the One Carter property. I assumed that it was scheduled for removal because the landscape plan showed a tree of another species in its approximate location. Well, it turns out I was mistaken. As you have heard, the tree is on the immediately adjoining lot, though its crown extends at more than one point many feet through the story poles of the proposed house, and I have photos that I will supply to show that. Here's the point. The Planning Commission recognized that both the landscape plan and the drainage plan before them could not be carried out without compromising this protected tree. They therefore made their approval of the construction conditional upon changing the landscape and drainage plans and provision of a certified arborist to protect the tree, for which I warmly thank them. But note, the developers so completely failed to take into account the natural environment that they didn't even notice that they couldn't do what they planned to do in two separate respects because of the way it bore on a neighboring tree so close that its branches extend through their story poles. One could hardly ask for stronger evidence that they have utterly ignored the setting. And if the neighboring lot, then how much more the landscape as a whole. Taking the location into account is a firm requirement of the Hillside Ordinance. Indeed, it's the whole point of having such an ordinance. Demonstrated failure to do so is grounds for rejecting this application and requiring that the developers start over from scratch to design something more suitable. Please require them to do so. Thanks.
Thank you. Matt Bryant?
Matt Bryant, Edgeview Drive, and I'm also with Preserve Sierra Madre Coalition. First, I too want to thank the City Council for agreeing to review the Planning Commission's decision which approved the first house at 1 Carter Stonegate. It is obviously an important issue to this community. We want to make sure we get it right. I hope you have all had a chance to read the 11-page letter that Preserve Sierra Madre sent to you on Friday. That was a collective effort. A lot of people put a lot of time and energy into that, including just lay people as well as people with expertise far greater than mine. But we show in that letter how the design of this first house violates the Stonegate design guidelines, the Hillside Management Zone Ordinance, and the 1996 General Plan. And I won't reiterate all of the multiple violations that were found. I hadn't even added up all the violations, but according to the Mountain Views News, it was a total of 39 violations of our governing documents. But the house is inconsistent with the letter and spirit of those documents, and the violations that we point out were numerous and they were significant. Now, I'd like to just mention a few points that I think particularly stand out. First, I think the Planning Commission did the best job they could under the circumstances to move this from what was originally a horrible project to one that is merely a bad project. And this all stemmed from a developer who probably figured they could make a bigger profit by violating our rules rather than conforming to them. And I also don't want us to confuse improvements with the end result, because that's going to encourage developers to start off with a very bad project and then be able to give us a lengthy PowerPoint presentation showing all the improvements that they have made. But we still end up with a very bad project. It was also quite clear to those who attended those Planning Commission meetings that while they ended up approving the project, it was about as reluctant and grudging an approval as you could possibly be given. In other words, they approved it, but they just barely approved it. And that's where the City Council, as the final arbiter, now has the discretion to decide whether this first house meets the standards of our governing documents. I think the primary reason this project is so inconsistent and clashes with so many different policies in the documents is because the developer is essentially treating this home as being on a 13,000 square foot flat lot and not in a sensitive hillside area. And that's the point that Heather Allen pointed out. The reality is that the buildable portion of the lot is only about 5,520 square feet. And for that size lot, the Hillside Management Zone would dictate that you can only build an 1,800 square foot home. Now instead, the developer is cramming in a home that is essentially twice that size when you include the basement. So it becomes almost a 3,800 square foot house on what looks to be about a 5,500 square foot lot. And that's what makes this home so ill-suited for its location in a canyon close to a hillside and near a mature oak tree. And in fact, as somebody else pointed out, the story poles for the house actually intrude into the branches of the oak tree. And I might add too that the pictures that the applicant showed of differing houses in the neighborhood, I don't think those houses were in our sensitive hillside area. And I think they're also on they're big houses, but also on much bigger flat lots. And as we stated in our letter, the form, mass, and profile of this residence does not consider the character and profile of the land it is on, nor does it limit impacts to the natural terrain. In fact, some of the few surviving trees are considered to be interferences. The form, mass, and profile of the building does not blend with the natural terrain. Instead, this house dominates and overwhelms the natural environment around it. Now, the express purpose of all the applicable documents, the Stonegate Design Guidelines, the Hillside Management Zone Ordinance, and the 1996 General Plan, was to allow the City Council, this City Council, to control the outcome of what gets developed in our city, and in particular, our sensitive hillside areas. And now I'll end by saying that for your sake and for the community's sake, I don't want us to approve a project that for years to come people will be pointing at it and saying, how in the world was this allowed to happen? I would urge you to deny this project. Thank you.
Pat Alcorn?
I am Pat Alcorn on Grandview, and I'm glad I followed Matt because I wanted to just echo what the Preserve Sierra Madre group has done in saying that they have found several violations of what we consider to be a good plan for Hillside and for our community. So I am just echoing what he had to say and what some of the other members of the community are going to be saying, and I do hope that you consider those points when you're considering approving or disapproving this project.
Thank you, Pat. Tara Willis?
Good evening, Tara Willis. The letter of the law is the servant of the spirit of the law. It is not the other way around. The Spirit is the power that creates the law, that brings the law into being. We want the laws to reflect the Spirit. The spirit of the law is defined as the intention and purpose. You, our council, have the ability to implement that intention and purpose. Look at this design with fresh eyes and ask, does it fulfill the intention and purpose of the Hillside Management Zone Ordinance, the general plan, the design guidelines? Or is it a boilerplate spec house that the people of Sierra Madre were trying to prevent when they wrote the HMZ and the general plan? This is a design that the HMZ ordinance and the general plan were enacted to stop. Can anyone come up with one thing about this design that reflects environmental sensitivity to the unique characteristics of the hillsides? It is insensitive to the hillsides, insensitive to the trees, and insensitive to the neighborhood. It has no distinctions of any kind that would suggest a hillside setting was taken into account. So we have a proposed structure that to the layman's eye looks and feels nearly twice as big as it should. Thus, though the letter of the law may have been worked with, the spirit of the law was set aside. A bad decision many years ago has been haunting us ever since. Here's the opportunity to create something good out of that bad decision. A house that fulfills the spirit of the law would be welcome, and the community would be glad for it. In your deliberations, please hold close to the words that if there is any conflict or ambiguity, the more restrictive application or interpretation should apply. The letter from Preserve Sierra Madre stated that while some of the policies in the guidelines, the HMZ, and the general plan are more general, subjective, or discretionary, they are no less important to the end result than height, setbacks, and other particulars. I would argue that they are more important, that the spirit of the law, the intention and purpose, are what give meaning to the law. Thank you for your service.
Deb Sheridan?
Good evening, council members. Debbie Sheridan, Valley Vista Drive. I recently spent half an hour talking to Chris Sutton. He is the lawyer who was instrumental in the passage of Measure V. After speaking to him, I am convinced that there is a strong case for our city council to reject the variance for this spec house. Also, why were the review criteria mentioned by staff not including the general plan, which we were told over and over is the constitution of the city? The reasons to reject this project are being laid out for you tonight and in the letters that you have received this past week. And I thank you for hearing your constituents tonight. I urge you to take the right action for the town and to reject this project. In conclusion, it is imperative that you pass the general plan update immediately without further delays to help avoid these cookie-cutter homes. It has been a year and a half since the update committee finished their work, and I thank you very much for doing this and for bringing this back.
Thank you, Deb. Ann Chesterman. Ann Chesterman?
She said pass.
Oh, pass. We'll open it up for anyone else who didn't submit a speaker card.
Linus Pekulski, 400 Fairview. I've been around Sierra Madre 50 years now, and I'm really impressed with the people that live here. I want to compliment everybody tonight. They were outstanding in their comments. And I also want to compliment the architects and the professionals that were trying to develop this project. But everybody must know that when you have a piece of property, you want to put the biggest house you can on it, because if you don't get your best investment. And we've seen a few of those around. Let me go back to 1944. That's when I went to Arcadia. I was a little guy. And Arcadia was a fabulous city at that time with all one-story houses and really nice neighborhoods. And then as time went on, we seen a huge change. Something like what we see up on 1 Carter. People wanting to come in with their millions of dollars and put up 2-story houses, more than maxed out on the size of the house for the size of the lot. But somehow the council down at Arcadia saw dollars before they did see character. And these people today have met all the regulations and the codes that even the Planning Commission couldn't deny them. But what's missing in today's culture? We're missing ethics and morals. The people that are coming in here don't give a damn about the city. They care about their investment. We see it. We see it over and over. And Arcadia is becoming a horrendous place to live, as I see it now compared to 1944. One of my neighbors went down to apply for a job down in Arcadia. The lady says, you have to be bilingual. She says, I am. I'm very educated. I speak fluent German, I speak fluent English, and I have all these degrees. And the lady says, I'm sorry, that's not the language we require in Arcadia. Do I need to say what language that was? I don't think so. But because they didn't speak that language, she couldn't apply for the job. And there isn't one person down in Arcadia of that culture that doesn't speak English. So I think there's a problem we're going to be facing maybe 30 years from now. Maybe not right away. I'll be gone. But Arcadia has gone through a tremendous change. And I don't want to see Sierra Madre go through that terrible change. Thank you, and I know you're going to do the right thing. Because when you put a monster house, 3,200 square feet, it's a damn big house. Because I built my house in 1972 here in town. And I had terrific cooperation with the city. But I also had consideration of my neighbor. I built it so that I would never be looking in their backyard. They still have their privacy, and I have ours. So thank you very much, and I know you'll do the right thing.
Hi, Barbara Lee. And so much has been said, I was not going to get up, but may I say Shay Shay? Born and raised here. Born and raised.
Barbara Lee, pull the mic down. Pull the mic down, maybe.
What I am concerned about is that the view from the south can be seen from Carter, and also the protections for the Comer Ranch. What I haven't heard here tonight is nobody's complaining about the Willis property that's located there on the site. I feel bad. A few weeks ago in the Los Angeles Times, they had a house that was listed, was it $7 or $9 million up in La Crescenta, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, with views. People will pay that. They want the views. It was interesting tonight that the attorney here did mention lot consolidation. Why not? And why not stick with like a Frank Lloyd Wright design? People will pay a great deal of money for the right house. I am hearing a lot tonight about design guidelines. That's really what's being discussed here. So I can say that I love the Willis house that's still on that property. It's not noticeable. And beautiful, beautiful, beautiful house with a swimming pool. And the bear and the rest of it, I'll love that. Here in Sierra Madre, it is going to be a difficult spot to build. We have the curbs 3 feet high in some places. When the water comes, the water will come. And that's the mouth of the Santa Anita River right there where that house development will be going in. So maybe everybody can get together again and discuss what is best for the developer, but for that hillside, for the town. And I really also, I have to be honest, I don't care for the cookie cutter houses that are dotting the hillside. Sierra Madre is unique. It's more like an artist colony. People will pay a great deal of money to come and have the serenity of space. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara Lee.
My name is David Gordon, and we've only lived in Sierra Madre for less than a year. So there's an awful lot I don't understand. I don't understand how one could be planning a development of this scale with 30 houses when there's no water. That's the first thing I don't understand. The second thing I don't understand, this is a development, and I have some sympathy for the developer, who said, you're asking me to make comments on a house without looking at its relationship to all the other houses. And at the very least, surely the council should be looking at what is planned for the whole site, and look at it as a whole, rather than start with one house, which then, if approved, gives a precedent for other houses of that kind of scale up there. So I don't understand what sort of powers you have to stop this development. clearly, most of the people in this room want you to want you to stop it, and I don't know what, as I said, what powers you have to do so. But at the very least, please take a look at what is planned for the whole thing. I too walked around, went past the sign saying "Don't trespass, you're not allowed here," and illegally wandered around. And it's a place with a lot of potential, and a great architect could do fantastic things with it. And having Googled Adele Chang, I see that she actually lives herself in a rather splendid-looking modernist house, and I don't think she is being true to her nature as an architect to say, "You want Santa Barbara Spanish? I'll give you one of those." And anyway, to make it more varied, you can also have a log cabin and also perhaps one of those southern plantation kinds of houses as well, to make it look varied. An architect of her caliber should be looking at the site and saying, "This is what I passionately believe should be built in this location with these materials and these kind of things." Instead, I'm hearing somebody who's not being true to her calling and saying, "Well, the developer wants as much space as possible and I'll find a way for them to do it." Thank you.
Any other comments?
I always get the fun part of sort of finishing up, although I will say, while I appreciate the comment about, thank you for being here so we can be rude to you, I don't actually think people are rude. I think I've been at a few hearings with the Planning Commission where they were, but never here. But let me just take, if I could, 2 minutes and just kind of clarify a few things. The first is a couple of the people referenced, being concerned about lawsuits and being concerned about threats of litigation. And as I told staff on at least a half dozen occasions, I'm not sure necessarily where that comes from. I was provided by Derek with a copy of a memo to the city manager by Danny, and I immediately told Derek that never happened. There's never been a threat of litigation. When I met Danny, who I actually know from having worked previously on some master plans in your community, I told him just the opposite. I said, I think this is ridiculous that there was so much litigation on something that should have been able to be worked out, and hopefully we can work it out so people don't keep wasting their time in litigation. And it was at that time also that I suggested looking more holistically and trying to get some workshops as well. So our effort, at least my effort and my client's effort since I've been on board, has been to try to figure out solutions, try to figure out how to move this forward, and try to, as we finally did, break through in March of this year, was have some sort of dialogue with the Planning Commission. It is the Planning Commission under Condition 141 of the tentative tract map that was charged with preparing the design guidelines, approving them, and implementing them. And the fact that they did it unanimously means, contrary to some of the comments, that it wasn't a close call. If it had been a close call, you would have had a 3-2 vote or maybe a 4-1, there would have been something. But the fact that it was unanimous meant that the balance between the property owner's interest, the community's interest, within the context of the governing documents had been met. With regard to some of the other comments, most of which did not deal with how we comply with D1 to D9 as we demonstrated, but there were a number of comments about water, vehicles, fire hazards, general plan density. The short answer is the settlement agreement covered all of that and agreed upon it. And the reality is that whether you like it or not, the settlement agreement was a compromise to essentially allow certain sized homes on certain sized lots to preserve as much of the hillside at the upper levels as possible. That's why if you go back and look at the various exhibits to it, you'll see large dedications of land on the upper hillside. That's why if you go look at it, there's open space requirements. There's a landscaping plan that we had to provide, the way the grading plan was done and approved, the way the infrastructure agreement was written. There's all the pieces of the puzzle to fulfill an intent. So when people talk about the intent of other documents, I think that the focus is in the wrong place. With regard to combining lots, the simple fact is we've looked at combining and are looking at combining lots 7 and 8 and lot 3 and 4. I mean, I don't think there's any great secret to that. We've been in discussions with staff about it. We think it makes some sense. But the idea that we would combine lots or that we would limit ourselves to a single story is, I mean, we wouldn't do it across the board because that would require an entirely new tentative tract map. So we wouldn't be able to do that. A couple of lots here, a couple of lots here, a couple of lots there, you're talking about lot line adjustments. When you're talking about the entire thing, you're talking about a new tract map. Comments about Wallace Neff versus Frank Lloyd Wright. They're great. They're humorous. I appreciate them. But the reality is that Frank Lloyd Wright in Los Angeles, the homes that he built in the hillsides were boxy, textile block homes. They were not even close to what I would think you would want, and I know they wouldn't even come close to complying with the design guidelines. So while I think it's a contrast that's trying to be drawn, I think the example's probably lacking. At the end of the day, what I think is the problem is size. I think that people don't like the size. I think that people want one stories up there. Maybe they want modern architecture, maybe they want something else. If you take a look at condition number 41 of your tract map approval, we have to come up with different architectural facades for each home. We're not allowed to do cookie cutter. We're not allowed to do one type. So while I agree that our architect is a great architect, she has certain constraints that the city imposed through those conditions of approval. And keep in mind, those are conditions of approval to a tract map. They were not negotiated terms in the settlement agreement. Those were things that the city said, you shall do to get this tract map approved. You shall not build similar sized homes repeatedly. So we're trying to comply with what you, the city, imposed. I understand it wasn't you individually. I understand it was your predecessors. And I understand that there are changes in legislative bodies over time. But that's why the government code says that those maps stand and those conditions stand unless changed. And we've tried to have some dialogue, as I said, with staff to try to change them. But there are serious limits, which is why I use the analogy, this is a Rubik's Cube. It is very difficult to figure out how to get all the colors on all the sides. I think your planning commission deserves a tremendous amount of credit for sticking with it, for working on it, for trying as architects and the people charged with implementing the design guidelines to figure it out. And the issue of size that the neighborhood, that the community is concerned about, that's just a frank reality of what was been agreed upon previously, and it's something that we all just are living with. Having said that, though, we've shown good faith by, as I said before, reducing the size of what is considered to be the maximum by 25%, over 1,000 square feet. We've tried to show good faith by putting in the basements. We've tried to show good faith by doing each and everything the Planning Commission asked. So if you disagree with that, I think we run into problems relating to subjectivity, enforceability of the guidelines, whether or not they're too vague to make sense. You can't have too many people looking at one thing and constantly viewing it differently. I think that becomes way too difficult for any property owner or applicant to comply with. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, we'll bring it back for discussion. Mr. Bartoli? Did someone cut you out? I didn't have it, so come on up.
We always want to hear from our forum.
Yeah, please.
Mayor Herbidian and Mayor Pro Tem Capocha, members of the council and administration. I think that what I have to say would be kind of anticlimactic with all that has come down before, but what I was especially paying attention to was the myriad of details that you were going to be getting this evening, and you got it. And I didn't want to detract from the presentations by delving into a lot of repetition and other things that would just create a lot of redundancy. But I had reviewed, especially the 11-page letter that Preserve Sierra Madre had devised, as well as a lot of other information, and I absolutely agree with everything that had come across there. And it was maybe a rare exception I might find something that was kind of iffy. But I also served on the city council when we were devising the hillside ordinance. In fact, that became such a well-known endeavor that a small city, Ketchum, Idaho, sent me a letter wanting to know if they could see our hillside preservation ordinance. Well, we thought we had done something that, as I say, was really bulletproof, but obviously now there's a lot of things that can be twisted around and moved back and forth. One of the things that I'm really proud of is being a part of this Preserve Sierra Madre, because those people are doing an enormous amount of work to preserve Sierra Madre and to try to get a handle on this development. We're not trying to step back in time and kind of bring back the olden days, but we're attempting to maintain our beautiful community, which really is very fragile at this point in time with what we see taking place. And my wife and I have enjoyed our home here for 53 years, and she's been here for 73 years. And maybe she wouldn't like me saying that, no? But so I have a lot of perspective to look at over the years. And again, I appreciate the City Council and the enormous amount of work you have to do in undertaking this too. Was another major endeavor, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Clem. Any other comments? Okay. We'll bring it back then for discussion here. Who would like to go first? Yeah. Who'd like to keep? All right.
First of all, I need to thank everybody who came out. It's Thanksgiving week. I'm sure you all have other things you should be doing, baking pies and getting turkeys ready, but it really is warm and heartfelt that I say it's nice to see the community come out and support the Preserve Sierra Madre group, as well as trying to get a handle on some of our development issues. And you know, there are going to be homes that are going to be built on One Carter. There's just no getting around that. And my gut feeling when I called for the review was that there probably wouldn't be that much of a different of an outcome. But having gone through all the material that staff provided us, I think it came to something like 205 pages. But when you read the story of how, and that's how I kind of looked at it, it was the story of how the Hillside Management Zone came to be and the design guidelines, I kind of came to the conclusion that I'm not sure that this particular house meets those requirements. It doesn't embrace the spirit of those guidelines. And then I took a step back and went, why is that? And the one thing that I kept looking at was the mass and the view of that south side, because it sits, One Carter sits at the top of Baldwin. It's like, you know, our kingdom is up there. And when you drive up, that's what you see. And all you see is a house that's, I see as rising from the hill instead of the hill embracing it, which is what I think the Hillside Zoning Management Zone. I would like to see the second story maybe just have like a nice little master bedroom loft, but very small, so that when you look at it, it doesn't look like this big thing coming out from the ground. That was my problem, and I agree with our mayor. I think that it does not. We can't find under chapter 1752.52. I just think the design is wrong. And I appreciate the Planning Commission and all the work they did. I think they were given the task, and it just didn't amount to as much as we thought it was going to amount to. And I still see a big, massive box up there. And that's how I feel. And I thank all of you for coming out. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Goss?
Boy, this was a big job. And I want to just say to everyone that came tonight, very impressed with you as fellow citizens. I lecture my students at Long Beach City College very regularly on this kind of citizen activism. I'm really proud of you. I think I can say what Councilmember Del Mar just said, and maybe I've learned my lesson. I thought that when the Planning Commission voted unanimously, there really wasn't much need for me to have a look at it. And it was called to be reviewed, and we did get a big packet, and I did my due diligence, as everyone up here did. And I come away with a view of this project. I think you're right. There's going to be houses built here. I think there'll be a house built on this lot eventually. But I just get the feeling when I look at this, and particularly from the south side, that upper story just gives you a feeling, as wide as it is and as close as it is to the front. This whole issue of massing, to me, I think is very relevant. I just get the feel that's just too big in terms of the massing feel for that particular property, particularly with the backdrop of those slopes. And I'm not exactly sure what to do about that, except to say that I do think that one thing we could do is suggest to the developer to reduce that upper story and make it only maybe into one reasonably sized master bedroom, and move everything else down possibly into the basement. I'm not so sure that they would go along with that. I don't know, not an architect, don't know how I would give them advice, but I think that's one way to possibly provide them with some help here, because I think they have played by all the rules. They've put in 2 years into this, spent a lot of money on this, and I have a lot of respect for that, and I don't want them to think for 1 minute that I'm taking their interests lightly. They do have rights under the law, and I respect those rights. But right now, I don't think I can support this Planning Commission decision at this time.
Mr. Gass, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah. Let me just start off by saying is that, since I've been on the council, I find that my own personal opinions differ markedly with my constituents. So in those cases, I set aside my personal opinions and I listen very carefully to what our people are saying, because they're the ones that put me in this position. I sometimes regret it, but it's absolutely true that, because we get emails from time to time that kind of bother me, that, don't forget we put you in here. And I never forget that for a moment. But I listen to what everybody's saying, and there's some really important points that I thought, and I'm going to just bring those up quickly that were brought up, is, first of all, the subjective part of this, even though it's difficult to get your arms around, the interpretation, it is no less important than the setbacks, the height restrictions, et cetera, et cetera. We have an obligation to deal with those subjective things. Mr. Bryant said that his opinion was that this project went from horrible to bad. I really don't think there's a way to get to good, but I'd like to get to less bad than what it is. And, again, my own opinion about it may or may not be consistent, but it's very clear what our citizens are saying about this project. And we have to respect that, because this is their community. Terrell Willis said that this looks twice as big as it should. And that was my comment right off, is when you walk up to it and you look at it, it looks horribly big and massive. And again, I really don't care if this was a 5,000 or 10,000 square foot. If it fits on the lot, that works for me. The comment about Arcadia. Arcadia used to be all these beautiful one-story ranch houses. Even the big ones, nobody says, my God, that's a big house, because it fits in its surroundings. And that's kind of the problem that I have. My perception of looking at this is that it looms over the lot before it. When you drive up Baldwin and you look at it, the structure rises, and again, I understand the story poles can be pushed another foot or two this way and lowered, but it still appears to loom over this, and juts out from the natural environment rather than blend in, which is the intent of our hillside ordinance. That being said, when I look at the purposes of the hillside ordinance, and I do know that, we start off with the purpose and then we try to articulate various things to implement that purpose. But still, when I look at this, I just feel that we are not true to the purpose. Protect the natural environment of hillside areas from change by preserving and protecting the views to and from hillside areas in the city to maintain the identity, image, and environmental quality of the city. Well, who determines what the image is? But I think you heard this from the citizens. We view our town differently than some of our neighbors, and we on the council have to be very sensitive to that. Ensure that development in the hillside area is located so as to result in the least environmental impact. I'm not sure we've met that standard. Ensure that all hillside development is designed to fit the existing landform. Boy, that's a tough one for me to picture those story poles fitting into the existing landform. Provide in hillside areas alternative approaches to conventional flatland development practices by achieving land use patterns and intensities that are consistent with the natural features of the hillside areas. By intensities, that means crowding houses together, but I think the intensity of development on a particular lot applies also. So it's just really difficult for me to approve something like this, because in my mind, just hearing from our citizens and looking at the intent of this, it just doesn't fit. Now, I'm willing to go from horrible to bad to maybe less bad. I think we had a couple of suggestions here that I could live with, even though it's my own personal opinion that this should be a one-story house on this lot, because I just can't see how 2 stories is consistent. But if we could come to agreement, and by setting back that second story the way 2 council members have said, I'd probably go along with this. I'm not sure how we get there, but I'm just going to leave it at that, just to say that I cannot approve this as it's presented. I had more expectations sending this to the Planning Commission that they were going to come back and reduce the bulk and mass further than what they did. And maybe shame on us for not, setting a target out there as to how much, we could live with. But so I think we might be on the right track with the suggestions to say what might be acceptable, and I'd go along with what my 2 council members, peers have said. And
I would as well. And, let me say that we do appreciate the effort that the applicant has put forward, and in some ways, we should have been clearer in January. However, I did go back and review that meeting, and it was clear to me, and I think it was clear to anyone at that meeting, that our concerns about this property were specifically, encapsulated within 17.52.120A2, which is the buildings and structures of the RH zoned lot shall be designed to minimize their adverse visual impacts. And we focused specifically in our comments back in that meeting for hours on the southernmost view from Carter. And in some ways, I almost feel like that meeting was a waste, because I'm having a deja vu moment in retracing those steps. And I think that we're coming back to that same place, which is this house, while might be beautiful in the eye of certain beholders, just doesn't fit within the findings that we need to make, which I just recited under 17.52. And I think, to the Mayor Pro Tem's point, maybe shame on us that we didn't just more aggressively say, the second story probably doesn't work at all, but if we are going to have a second story, we need to reduce or at least change the layout so that it does fit in with the natural terrain. And I think the findings demand that. I don't think we have any choice, really. If you look at the findings that we have to make, if you look at the pictures that are in the hillside management zone, if you look at the design guidelines, this project just doesn't fit. And we would be going out of our way to approve this despite those guidelines. And even if you look at the findings of the Planning Commission, I just don't disagree. I don't agree with them on this fifth point. On the fifth point, the proposed development complies with 17.52.120 and 17.52.160. They make some findings in here that I just don't know how they know, one, these are actually true, and two, based on what we know, I think it is actually to the, it actually differs. The second story has a reduced mass compared to the first story so as to fit in with the hillside topography. I don't think it fits in with the hillside topography. The design includes compatible treatments and materials on all sides of the building. That's fine. But it says that the residence will not extend above the line of sight between a prominent ridgeline and the points of reference listed under the code. I think, and then it says, and the residence will not be located above the hillside line view. I think anyone looking at the story poles would have to differ with those findings. I really do. And I think that's a layperson going up to that site, looking at the poles themselves. I'm actually bewildered that those findings were made. All that being said, I am willing to work forward and work towards an amenable solution here. I don't think that this is something that can't be worked out, possibly with the council tonight, or possibly continued and having the applicant work with a subcommittee of this council and not the Planning Commission to really talk about this second story, to talk about the visual intrusion that this current project is imposing, and to hopefully come up with something that we all can feel abides by the hillside management zone and abides by the design guidelines. And I think that as it stands now, it doesn't. And not to say that we haven't worked hard towards getting there, but I think that right now we might have some pointed direction that could get this project to the next step. The question that we have, I guess, is whether the applicant would be willing to entertain that. And so I guess I would ask the applicant to consider what we're saying here, which is, we've unanimously said that this house does not meet the findings that we need to make, and therefore the project as it stands is not acceptable. We are willing to work with the applicant to specifically address the concerns we have with the second story so that it actually makes the findings that we need to make. But I need an answer, I guess, from the applicant, whether that's something they want to even entertain.
I'm not sure we have the authority to answer that. I need to ask our clients.
Would you like a recess to call them, or do you think you can't get that answer tonight?
We could try.
Can I suggest?
Sure.
What if I just throw a suggestion out there that we just continue it?
We could. No, and
That
look,
way
I was going to
you-
get there. We could
okay.
continue it, but I don't want to continue this if the answer is going to be a quick no. So
Well,
maybe
then it'd
just
be a real quick continuation.
Hold on, please.
maybe. I think he's going to give maybe they're going to have a
Well,
chat
maybe
there.
now good time to take a break?
Yeah, we'll take a little break and, hold on. I think we might have a,
Oh. We're not breaking.
Hold on.
we're not breaking, sorry. Okay.
The client's representative who is here would prefer no continuance, number one. Does not believe that the client would agree. The client representative that is here would prefer no continuance. They prefer a decision tonight, and does not believe that the comments suggesting only a loft or a single-story home or something less than what the Planning Commission has already done are reasonable. I understand your comments with regard to what you think, but I also think that if you look at the entire administrative record, they're unfounded. And so the client is of the view that they've worked diligently with the Planning Commission, and, If you disagree with the Planning Commission, that's up to you. As I said before, I think when those kind of disagreements come up, it calls into question the subjectivity of the guidelines as a whole. So we'll just have to kind of confront that as we go. But having said that, I also would note the comments about that Councilmember Del Mar made about just maybe a single loft up there and everything else, or the chair's own comments about a single story. We have the right to a second story. Using the design guidelines or the word massing to take away that right is not something that we would deem reasonable or in good faith.
Thank you.
And I just want to clarify, would like to see the second story, that bedroom pushed back off the garage. To me, that's what's causing the issue. That was just my personal preference. You don't need to comment.
You can do things like that with conditions of approval. You don't need to have a subcommittee that meets with us or anything else.
Thank you.
That's
Well-
a possibility too.
Well, at this point,
You know, let me
Yeah, go
say
ahead.
that. I mean, we could create some conditions of approval here.
they seem to
you
be in
know-
favor of this. They seem to be in favor of this.
Well, I mean, yeah, but anyway, I mean, we could do that, but then we'd have to figure out what we'd be willing to agree to. So I would just say that, you know, that would be a good reason to continue, and then we could then we could present that at the next meeting, then we'd have something really concrete.
You know, I kind of differ with that. I think that the applicant has made it clear that they don't want to make any changes. And, you know, I think we should just make the finding tonight and not continue.
Could do that too.
And, you know, I think the message is this project as it stands is going to stay as it stands. And I just want to make sure that's on the record and that there isn't any compromise to be made with the applicant. That is right. On the second floor, on the second story.
Let me clarify one thing. I can't tell you what the client thinks. Let me take a step back from that. If you continued it, as Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem was suggesting, and then you come up with, vis-a-vis whatever instruction you give to staff, something that you four can live with, I can't tell you what the client's reaction to that is until I see it.
Right.
Just like the Planning Commission repeatedly said, here are the changes we would like to make, and we would say, conditions of approval, they'd say, because we don't know, we know conceptually, verbally, what our words are saying, but we don't know visually what it will look like. So we would go back and redo the drawings and come back and work with them on that Rubik's Cube. So if you want to continue it because 2 or 3, or all 4 of you for that matter, have an idea and you want to instruct staff on what the idea is and show it to us, I'm happy to take that to the client and ask them. I'm not saying that.
I guess I misunderstood you because you
I did
told
too.
to the client, you said the client did not want to make any changes to what was presented from the Planning Commission.
No, what you were talking about was us working with a subcommittee and coming up with something where we're doing a lot of redrawing, trying to figure it out. They don't want to, they feel like they've done that with the Planning Commission. If you want to continue it because you, respectively, have an idea, that's up to you. I mean, that's your right to do. I mean, I can't think of any reason you don't have that right. Come to, you know.
Yep, no, understood. Just wanted to get your client's perspective on whether that would be even fruitful in the, in the abstract of doing that, so.
You know, early on, I didn't think the client would do a basement, and they did, okay?
Right.
I didn't think they would go for a deck, and they did, and then when they went for it, I didn't think they'd take it out, okay? So suffice to say, I'm not a real good predictor of that any more than I am on Sunday's football games.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
So if you want to, by all means do. I would only ask, like I asked repeatedly with the Planning Commission, that it be kept on a short leash.
Yeah.
In other words, if you're going to do it, continue it to the next meeting or the meeting after that, and do whatever you do to instruction to staff, make clear. There was, I think we've all acknowledged, some ambiguity coming out of your January meeting. So clarity is always helpful in that regard as well.
Great, thank you. So I guess that, and Councilmember Goss, did you have anything to say?
No.
So, I think it does, the question is, do we want to take a shot at reworking this project? I can see the public's in favor, but,
I know they're in favor of it.
do we want to continue and try to come up with, which would be a significant rework of the second story? So.
I just want to make one comment. I'm just struggling to interpret what's I'm hearing from the audience is that, these houses, as Councilmember Del Mar said, are going to get built. It's a question of what's going to get built. And that's what we're talking about here, is coming back with something that we think is practical to live with. So I understand that people may disagree with that, but we're going to have to, I think the council is of like mind that there's houses going to be built on this lot.
Well, I think that there's a possibility to rework this. I do. I don't want to force anyone's hand here. I don't think we've necessarily gotten to the end of the rope. It's been 2 years. I don't know if the applicant really wants to go any further, but I think our main concern is the second story, and I think that you can make some adjustments to that. Yes, Madam City Attorney.
Just if, hopefully this might be helpful. The one thing that I've heard consistently from the four of you, and perhaps you can find consensus on the issue with the south wall. And the one thing that I've heard consistently is that if the second story is pulled back off where the garage is, that may solve the issue. Now, if the four of you support that, if that is a consistent finding and that direction was given to the applicant, perhaps they would be willing to bring back how that design looks at the next meeting, and you could continue it for, so that's a suggestion, because I think that's what they're saying is, we don't want to have to redesign it unless you tell us exactly what to do, and that if we do it that way, that's good enough. So the question is whether there is sufficient design direction and consensus this evening from the council to be able to provide that specific direction.
Well,
can
that's
I-
helpful.
can
Go
I
ahead.
comment?
Yep.
I do have a very similar view with Councilmember Del Mar about just what constitutes this undue massing. I do believe that moving that bedroom that we're looking at, which now juts out over the garage, if that could be somehow receded back behind the center part of the second story, beyond view, however you might want to develop that, that would reduce the massing quite considerably. Now, I do agree with what the sentiments here. It's not personally the style house I think would be optimal for this lot in this neighborhood. I do agree with that, but I don't really think we're in a position of telling the applicant that at this point when they've been working on this house for 2 years with this. I think that should have been said a long time ago, and it wasn't. So trying to make some lemonade here out of lemons. Could we specify something like that tonight? And
well, I think this
see if they'd be willing to draw that up.
I do think this master bedroom is really the key here. It is a huge room that sits right above the garage.
Let them design their own building.
Appreciate that. If Mr. McDonald or Ms. Chang wants to get up, is there any appetite for moving that master bedroom and just pushing that, basically having that absorbed into the current foot plan there, which would really reduce what we've been talking about now for however long from the south side?
Again, having not spoken to the client, it's tough to know. And again, I think where I would disagree with the city attorney is the client was given direction by the planning commission and redrew it multiple times. And that's what they're not in the mood to do again. If council wants to form a subcommittee to work with development staff and say, and maybe it's a one-day meeting where you do whatever you think is doing,
Mm-hmm.
and say, now take this and go meet with the applicant and see what you can work out, fine. But my getting the client
Yep.
to go do that in the hope of guessing correctly as to where you're going, I don't have that ability.
Right. No, understood. I do think that might be a fruitful exercise. So, I think that it makes sense then to continue this and have a subcommittee of the lucky volunteers take a shot at this. And are there any takers?
We're gonna have
I'll
staff
do
help.
it.
And staff will help.
Wanna do it?
I'll
So,
do it. You want to do it with me, Jean?
I don't want to.
Should
Who
we-
would?
should we
But
have
I
Jean-
w- I would. I'd volunteer for it. I mean, Councilmember Del Mar and I brought this back to the council, and the problem is, I'm pretty sure, listening, is that no matter what we come up with, there's going to be people mad about it, but I'm willing to take the heat on that, because again, we've just got to get through this. I mean, it's not going to ever be that we deny it, and that's the end of the story. The developer goes away and never builds anything. Something's going to get built, and we need to figure out what is minimally acceptable. So I'm willing to do it, but if either of you wanted to, I'd certainly defer.
I have full faith in every single one of you. So, so Councilmember Del Mar, and unless you two want to have a brawl here.
No, I'm perfectly happy to do it.
Okay.
If,
Well, then
but I don't want to usurp Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't want to do it,
Okay.
but I'm
Councilmembers
willing to.
Goss and Del Mar will, with all deliberate speed, with staff,
And I just want to get clear that the four of
Yep.
us are, that massing has to be significantly reduced.
I think, yeah, and I think it's really this master bedroom
Yeah.
needs to be reworked here.
And if that doesn't happen, then
I think we've given it the old college try.
I mean, again, I think we all kind of agree here, and I'd just be willing to accept what you come back with.
Yeah, that's
You know,
right.
you can work out something with the developer, I'd be, inclined to accept it.
I agree.
Provided, again, that
Come
we
back
can,
for it.
we can reduce this massing and move it back so that when you're looking up at it, it kind of steps back a little bit more and is more consistent with the grade in the hillside.
That's right. I think, is that sufficient direction? Yes. So this will be formally continued until next meeting. Okay, well, thank you everyone for coming, and we do appreciate all the comments, and, stay tuned. Yes, would you like to make a comment? Okay, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. You can come to the microphone and we'll wait, it's fine.
Well, come to
Do
the
you
microphone.
want to come to the mic? Everyone at home wants to hear you. And your name, please, for the...
My name is Maud Ann Taylor. I was born in California, and I've lived my 91 and 3/4 years along the foothills. Sierra Madre has a jewel. It's practically the only one left along the foothills. You need to listen to the spirit of this town, not try to make a compromise with something that doesn't work. Really do something bold and take hold of a gift in this world that's these kinds of gifts are being lost everywhere. Don't let it be lost here. There's a spirit of the mountain. There's a spirit of nature, and we need to preserve it. We need desperately to be able to embrace the earth, walk on the earth, and have the peace of clear views of the real mountain. I just want to say that I pray that we can hold on to the spirit of what people were talking about here, how important it is to have the hillside preserved. The hillside, it's nature, it's the animals, it's the trees, and it's our soul. That's what I think.
Thank you. I know. It'd be nice to. Mr. Rodone?
When is your next meeting?
It is December 9th, I believe.
Okay, I have another hearing actually that night. But I'll work with staff and the city attorney and people to see.
And yeah, and if,
Staff is also expressing that it might be too soon,
Okay, well,
December 9th.
the
But
first
then our
meeting in
next
January?
meeting would be the first one in January.
which is fine. Can we?
We can,
I mean, yeah, we can.
Well,
Look,
we
we can
have-
try for the
we
9th,
would-
but if
we
it gets pushed to the
could-
first
we
meeting
have
in
the
January.
conflict with the general plan review, so we would be bumping the general plan review essentially. We can't do, I was just saying, we can't do both.
Sheridan
It's the
does-
same
Deb Sheridan
person.
does not want
The same
that.
person, and they can't do both on
Yeah.
the same, we've got a
Your mic,
log jam.
Your mic, Mayor Pro Tem.
If I might, I'll talk with staff and coordinate. My other hearing's at 6 o'clock. Maybe if it's done by 7:30, I
Yeah.
can whip over here.
We'll try to make it work at December 9th, if that works. December 9th. Thank you.
It'll be quick.
Okay. Thank you all. We're going to move on now to, we should probably take a break. That's right. All right, 5-minute break. Thank you.
No.
3, the discussion of the consideration of a public safety commission.
We
Chief.
have one of the chiefs, Chief Hydorf.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Clerk, City Manager. I'm here to present a staff report for the consideration of a Public Safety Commission. Councilman Arizmendi had requested this, and I believe it comes behind the mayor. We have two local municipalities that have a Public Safety Committee or Commission. Pasadena has a Public Safety Committee, and they have been given the some oversight responsibilities. They have the power to recommend changes and that deems necessary to the City Council. It is made up, in fact, of 4 members of the City Council appointed by the mayor. And all the meetings are held in accordance with the Brown Act. South Pasadena, which is a little different, they're a commission, and it serves in a primary supportive capacity. The responsibilities are coordinating volunteers in emergency disasters, relief, and public information campaigns. South Pasadena's commission also maintains a liaison with the city to their school district, and it's regarding school safety and education. They also have a liaison to the Gold Line, but since we don't have a Gold Line going through here, there's no sense for us to have that one. Their commission is advisory only, and it is made up of 7 members appointed by the council. Should the City Council be interested in moving forward with this recommendation that the panel be, or moving forward, it is recommended that the panel be an advisory only to the departments. Some examples where the commission could offer support could be the development of ideas for the department to build on to maintain public support, review requests and needs for additional equipment, act as a liaison to the community regarding public safety issues, identify community concerns regarding public safety issues, and assist the development and recommendations for the Director of Public Safety, identify innovative ways to increase community outreach through Neighborhood Watch and community CPR participation, provide community forum for public safety needs and expectations, provide volunteer staffing for public safety special events, identify community public safety education ideas, needs, and outgoing public safety education programs, increase public awareness of the community and public safety partnerships by supporting town hall style meetings and or small individual group meetings similar to the Neighborhood Watch. An additional concern with the development of a new commission or committee would be the additional staffing required to support the panel. Currently, the police and fire departments have limited personnel budgets and they are at no additional city personnel to complete auxiliary duties that may be requested by the Public Safety Commission. The hiring of additional staff would be required. We anticipate that it would take about a half of an FTE to fill all the duties, and funding for a half of a full-time employee would be about $17,000 a year. Alternatives that we could have to this. Should the City Council decide to move forward, the decision needs to be made if the new panel will be a commission or a committee. The City Council may choose to approve a new Public Safety Commission or committee and approve the funding for a part-time position in the amount of $17,000. The City Council may choose not to go forward with the commission or the committee. 4, the City Council may choose to have a regular scheduled public safety town hall forums. And 5, the City Council may choose to have a monthly public safety report published. And 5, the city council may require additional information from staff. Staff recommendation is, it is recommended that the city council provide staff with direction regarding the development of the Public Safety Commission or the committee. This is the end of my report. Thanks. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Chief. And I'll let Councilmember Arizmendi have the first crack at this. This was her item, and she has been patiently waiting to come back in, so.
Well, with respect to questions, at this time, I don't have any.
When you say neighboring cities, how far out do you go? I mean,
It's
just San
South
Gabriel?
Pasadena and Pasadena.
Yeah, but I mean, Alhambra, Monterey Park.
You know, I was going with just the Area C cities.
Okay.
That's who I have, you know.
All right, so this is a relatively,
Burbank to,
okay, so it's a relatively rare thing, not too many people have this. Okay, thanks.
Chief, just one, I guess, from the perspective of, and Captain Eastlaus can address this as well, would this be a useful thing for the departments to have, whether it is the monthly forum or a committee or a commission, to kind of directly institutionalize public feedback on a monthly basis? I mean, is this something that you guys would welcome, or is this not something you think is necessary?
Truth be told, sir, I think, at least from the police department's point of view, I think it's always helpful to have communication, open communication with the community. Right now, I think Sierra Madre Police Department is extremely well open, and I field calls all the time and emails from citizens that have concerns of one issue or another. So I really don't think the development of a public safety commission or committee is necessary. If the council wanted to move in a more progressive manner, I think a monthly or quarterly meeting with the police department or the staff, I mean the captain or above from each agency, available to address issues that may come to light to the council in as indicated, a town hall structure would probably be a good idea, but I don't think it's quite frankly necessary at this point, because I think we're very open to hearing any concerns they have on a daily basis.
Thank you, Captain.
yeah, and I think especially with the police with their neighborhood watch program, they're going out pretty constantly to the different neighborhoods, and I'm sure they're getting feedback when it's down to 10 to 1, between that and police. You guys get a lot of feedback on that.
I guess I do have a question. So the commission, it's really not about getting community feedback, right? Isn't it supposed to, that's not just the reason for the commission, right?
Well, again, that's where we were looking for direction from the
Okay, so
council
you-
as to what they were shooting for, and when the original idea was developed, because, again, we'll use the Pasadena model, they have some oversight ability, and I think that's the reason why there's 4 council people on that particular committee versus people that are appointed, because of the awesome responsibility to do that oversight. Where in contrast, South Pasadena is more of an advisory committee that helps be a liaison between the police department, who's very busy, I would imagine, on the day-to-day activities, and they kind of feel I wouldn't say important, but the more ancillary needs, i.e. the community interaction and the ideas for interacting with the school.
And this would be both the fire department and the police department, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll open this up for public comment.
Gary Hood, 465 Baldwin. Literally, across the United States, there are hundreds of safety commissions, not to mention police and fire commissions. I think after reviewing what the mayor had asked me to look into at South Pasadena, I've kind of changed my mind from a police commission and a fire commission to a safety commission, because it makes a good idea. Because you include in a safety commission working with the city staff, working and looking at the hazardous material in the community, working with the senior citizens to see maybe if the sidewalk isn't quite straight, or pointing out safety problems in the community. I think our police department and the fire department are doing a terrific job. I don't know if the fire department has been given time to make all the inspections necessary, reviewing what South Pasadena has done with their safety commission. I realize that a commission does make more sense because you encompass the entire community in looking at what is safe. You might have a neighborhood watch meeting, and somebody might say something, well, you know, the sidewalks or something that may not pertain to the police department, but if it comes to a safety commission, it's an opportunity to evaluate it. And I'm stretching a little bit here when I'm saying, you know, what would a safety commission do? Well, maybe they would be looking at the type of bullets that the police department use, and I'm not making any fun on anything, but you know, some bullets penetrate the walls. Maybe you want to request that they have bullets that stop when they hit a wall so they don't penetrate clear down the block, or various things like that. You're looking at equipment. I always felt that our fire department's kind of been shortchanged over the years because I know that they actually cannot put a ladder on every roof in town. Is that necessary? Well, it depends if there's a roofer up there and has a heart attack, and how do they get it down? How do they get personnel up on the roof to vent a hole so that they don't have as much of a structure loss? There's a lot of things that need to be considered. I think that it should be considered to have a safety commission, and I'm open for any questions that you folks might have of me. I did submit a letter to all the council members, my findings on South Pass Safety Commission. And I would welcome an opportunity to sit down with each of you or a group and discuss some of the possibilities that a safety commission can provide. You could meet with the city manager and their staff, and maybe they see something that's unsafe, or if someone is who would be on the committee that would be an expert in safety in the workplace. I don't know who does that, who works for the city to see that the workplace is safe. Those things all need to be looked into, and I think that it's a good idea, and it's not a new idea. You can eliminate the police commission, the fire commission, and you have a safety commission. I can see no reason not to do that. Any questions?
Thank you, Gary. Any questions for Mr. Hood?
I like the idea of a public safety commission, but with kind of a focus on police and fire. And I'm getting from you that you would broaden that to something that's beyond police and fire?
Yeah, safety for the entire committee.
How would you define that? What would the parameters be?
Well, that's where when you sit down and make out your mission statement, I'm sure that over time more things would come up, So we're talking the entire safety for the whole community that maybe we don't think of right away. But
I'm just thinking about the other departments in the city. They wouldn't come under the purview of the commission. It would just be police and fire, right?
No, it'd be the entire city.
Okay, so
it's an opportunity to make our workplace safe for all the people. The Department of Water and Power, and all the things that are concerned, the dog runs and park safety. Maybe they may spot holes in the park where they need to be filled in. It just depends on how far it would go. It depends on the people who would be on the commission. I think it could be beneficial to the community.
Yeah.
And again, many cities have this. This isn't something new. It is changing from police and fire commission to safety commissions.
Thank you, Gary.
D. Alcorn on Grandview. I guess you don't hear me. Under the structure and the purview, I think should be determined like that, but I think it's rather interesting if you take an overall broad perspective of the city about what the concerns are. I think the major thing the city is responsible for is the safety, property, and the infrastructure of the city. And I think that's what they do. That if we look at the commissions, we have a senior commission, we have an inter commission, we have, anyway, all of these. I don't see anything about safety in there. That's right. So I think it's rather strange that we have all these other commissions. We got the library covered, but the 50% or more of the budget is concerned with safety. We don't have anybody concerned about safety as we do with the senior commission. Is again inter. I'll go. You know the list, but I find it rather interesting that the major impetus for the city is for safety, structure, and property damage. Take care of the property. It's not there. So I think that it's worthwhile considering in that aspect. You may consider it whatever it is, but I think it really ought to consider is what is the overall priority of the city and how it should be covered. Now maybe it's not required, but I think you should look in that context. Is this going to help that process? Now the comment was made, well, it's going to cost money. $17,000 I think was the number. We just went through a thing where we spent $40,000 on removing turf. Well, I don't know, maybe that's required, but where is that in the priority of, say, if there's safety? Maybe it's there, I don't know, but I'd look at that. Where's the safety, where's that issue, where's the priorities, and have it demonstrated by the structure. It may not be the structure that's postulated here, but I think it makes sense to examine it in that context. That's your job. I mean, supposedly these are the things the city, not the inter commission. It may be well worthwhile, but I don't think that's even in the charter of the city to worry about those kind of things. So I think that in that context, it'd be worthwhile to consider that. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question, Dee?
Yes, sir.
How would you see the police department and fire department fitting into the umbrella of the safety commission? Would they be special, or would they not be a particular focus at all? Would this be just
I'm not prepared to say that. I think that would warrant some other discussion and some overview of what do you really want to accomplish by doing that. And I think that first off, what would be the purpose of the committee? We're talking in broad terms, but I think there should be some discussion about what do you want them to do? What should they look at? Now, my idea is I'm going to talk about it, but I don't think that should be the thing. Is you look at what is it going to help the city by doing, and how we best accomplish those sort of things. Is it going to be a commission, a committee, or 2 or 3 people doing that? CERT could do a lot of this stuff as an example, whatever it is.
Right.
And they have the volunteers working with the police department. They have the CERT, and then these other things working with the fire department. And they well, anyway, it's a broad subject, and I think it would warrant some discussion. If you all think it's worthwhile, but I think it at least is worth a discussion to see, because that really is in the purview of the city to, again, the 3 items I talked about. Okay. Right,
Can I
Yes,
ask
go.
you a question? Would it make sense to have the commission, if we were to have one, have a representative from CERT and a representative from our volunteer fire, or the volunteer firemen, and then the volunteer police officers be part of that commission themselves?
Well, I think they could be helpful.
For
I think
collaboration?
I think that could be helpful. It depends on how you want to structure it, because that would be you're designing the system, and I'm not ready to design the system.
Yeah.
But I think that those certainly ought to be considered, because those are certainly can be helpful elements to that, and to the degree that they can add to that and supplement and/or fill it out better, I think that should be considered. So I think it certainly should be considered a part of the discussion. Now, what their role would be, I think that has to be determined, because it should be discussed meaningfully, because I think it is important. I think the overall, you'll have to think the city is, and we take it for granted, I think, because they're such a they do a job well done. But as I say, I find it very interesting. That's a major thing for the city, and we have all these other committees. I don't see safety. That's all. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee.
Caroline Brown, Alta Vista Drive. Another aspect that can be folded into this, if you should choose to put together a commission, would be something that the California Department of Fish and Wildlife here in Southern California has instituted in Orange County and in Los Angeles County, and we are starting to put it under my guidance actually here in the Ontario area, is called Wildlife Watch. I went down to Santa Ana to work with the group out of Los Alamitos to give a presentation to a homeowners association on living with coyotes in your neighborhood. So I went and volunteered with them because I've been tasked with the idea of putting the same program together for the Ontario office of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. I completed the program and graduated last Thursday and received my shield, so I look rather official when I'm in my uniform now. Before it was just the field uniform in helping the wildlife biologist, but now it looks like somebody who means business when they stand up in front with your white shirt and your shield. So Wildlife Watch is an important part of what you're discussing here because, as you know, Sierra Madre has brought forward to the police department many complaints, many observations that have turned into complaints, which should really be dispersed by good education. And so that's what the Wildlife Watch would do under this aegis if you put together a safety commission. I have served on several commissions. I started off being appointed to the Parks and Recreations Commission. And one thing I learned from that years ago by attending a meeting out in Culver City with our director and another commissioner was that commissions sort of serve as a sounding board for the community so that complaints don't end up on your lap first. They end up on the lap of the commission. And they don't necessarily need to be complaints. Often they are suggestions that come from a broad spectrum across the community, and it works out very well, such as also been my experience with the Tree Commission and now with the Eder Commission. I know on CERT, which I also serve, we have a liaison from the fire department who comes, I think, as a volunteer. He's a volunteer fireman. So it may not necessarily be structured with somebody that costs the city $17,000. That would be determined as well by how you put this together. Thank you.
Thank you.
When considering the commission, I don't think we need to waste the time of a very busy police chief and the fire chief and managers in the community. I think that if something comes up, that an email or a request for them to attend one of the meetings to answer some questions. I don't mean this to take up a lot of people's time. I know there's people in the community I would like to think that would volunteer. I've talked to some people that I asked who have experience in the safety industry, and they reluctantly said, yeah, I would consider it. So I'm not looking at wasting the time of the police chiefs and the fire chief and the city managers and that. I'm looking at a group that would listen to the community and work by some established rules and looking at what is a safety problem in the community. But if there's a problem, a question, and like Ms. Brown said, and fielding questions from the community, I think that would be the job of a safety commission. And I don't look at it as trying to waste managers' time.
Thank you, Gary. Chief.
How are you?
All right. We were waiting for you.
Good evening. I would agree with Mr. Hood in a lot of respect that if there are volunteers out here that want to report things, I would stand up here and be happy to be the liaison between them. And then just bring it out to whatever department head, whether it's Director at Emmons, something with the sidewalk or something. I'm happy to be the point of contact, and I think it's going to save a lot of time, a lot of money, and we can at least try this for a while and see what kind of input we're getting. Because I can tell you from at least the police and fire side of it right now, and I'm sure Mr. Emmons is the same way, if we get a complaint about something, we're on it that day. We're at least making contact, we're sending somebody out to look at it, we're, talking to the complainant party, and we try to resolve that as quick as possible. I think if you go forward with a committee or a commission, you're going to have people maybe trying to report something that may not get reported for several weeks. And could that be a safety hazard? And in regards to within the city, we have our own city staff safety committee that looks at everything here for the employees in City Hall, and I think that that's running well. So
and the maintenance yard and water and everything.
They do everything. So if it's any help in your decision making, I'm happy to be the point of contact for these people and the liaison for show up at their meetings or talk to them or just have them send me an email or phone call so we can deal with the issues.
So, Chief, what would be the structure, or I guess our director?
I was going to mention that the way you get around, it's really the Brown Act requirements and minutes and posting agendas and putting them online. That goes far in notifying the public of the committee meeting and what they're talking about. but you really greatly reduce the need to retain additional staff if it is a non-Brown Act advisory committee. And that can take any form the council desires. We could, members of the public could submit applications, and the chiefs and I could sit down, and one council member, two council members could select an advisory board, non-Brown Act, though they can have a regular meeting time and date here in the council chambers. Topics can be discussed. They can sort of be self-driven and decide what they want to discuss, and the public can come in. That's one way to get around the Brown Act requirements and the need for the staff to prepare minutes and agenda reports. But the form of that committee could take any form you'd want. It could be completely volunteer. Anybody who wants to show up on a particular night shows up. It could be selecting some kind of a committee. People apply, they get appointed. It could take any format you would feel comfortable with.
Thank you. Okay. Well, we'll bring it back for discussion, and Councilmember Arizmendi, I will let you have your first. It's your item. I'll let you have the first go.
Okay. And especially since I was sitting in timeout for so long.
That's right.
I probably have a lot to say. First of all, I do want to commend Mr. Hood for really staying on top of this issue. I know this has been very dear and close to your heart, and it's been for over a few years that it's been something you've been pushing at. So I appreciate that passion, because you obviously have an interest in public safety, and especially considering your history and expertise in the area of fire safety. I do thank you for that. I think probably the first thing that jumped out to me was the cost, and as we were looking at our budget and considering that was probably the first issue of concern that I had. Mr. Alcorn, I think you brought up a very valid point, as we at the dais here always, shouldn't say always, but we regularly bring up the importance of public safety and how that is one of our top priorities. So I can definitely see a value in bringing a commission in, considering all the different types of commissions that we do have in the city. It is almost a surprise that we don't have a public safety one, especially considering, again, how high of a priority public safety is in Sierra Madre. So I think there were a lot of interesting models that were shared here, the two models that are shared here, some of the input from staff and also from the city manager today. And I am not totally opposed to a commission. I'm just thinking of the timing of that and what the scope of work and responsibilities would include. So I would like to think that at this point, I don't know if I am fully wholeheartedly saying a commission is necessary, but it's something that is can still be considered later, at least from my perspective. I do like the idea of some type of advisory committee, and when you're not just looking at costs, but I know we can get very bogged down with the Brown Act and the requirements for reporting, and I don't want to see that in this oversight or into this type of advisory committee, is to be caught up into those, just the technicalities of it. So I'd like to see how, I propose, again, after hearing some of this input today, is to find, maybe use an advisory committee as a tester or as a pilot as to what the responsibilities could include, some of the topics that might be important. I like the idea of formalizing it in a way of, if it's an appointment, and Madam City Manager, you said there are different structures we can look at. And then also integrating the existing groups. As Councilmember Del Mar had shared, we do have CERT, and there is a part of CERT that would make sense to be part of this Public Safety Commission, or I should say Committee, Advisory Committee, and then representatives from the different departments. So I'm convinced that this is important enough to do something with it, and maybe the start would be at a advisory committee level, and exploring the possibility of formalizing into a commission at some point, if that is something that is warranted and that we find is going to be of value after working with this committee.
Thank you. Mr. Goss?
I thought we've needed a police commission for a long time. A Public Safety Commission is great too, if you wanted to expand its purview. I'm not so sure the $17,000 bothers me so much, but I do believe that you don't go into something like this, without a fully formed idea of what it's going to be and what its what its consequences are going to be. So I think an exploratory type thing, the way you're discussing it, Councilmember Arizmendi, sounds good. Some kind of an advisory committee. It doesn't take up too much time, but where we could get some people who are interested and involved, possibly they could become the genesis for a true mission for a real commission at some point. And so I think this is fantastic. I've been encouraging Gary for a long time to do this, and I'm glad it's finally come to us.
Thank you.
I concur. I think an advisory committee would maybe possibly see if we need to have a commission, and at least get some of all the folks that are involved in public safety, our fire and our police and our CERT and wildlife, and get them all in a room and start talking about some of the issues and what we need to do to help them. So I would go with the advisory committee, but I do think we need to have a little bit more of a formal outline of what the committee needs to be doing, sort of what their duties, their scope of work, and I'm not sure how we do that.
Yeah, I did review the minutes from all the meetings that I could find on South Pasadena's website, and their situation's a little bit different, and I did talk to somebody who's pretty close to their situation over there. There are definitely some downsides to having a commission. One is, of course, the effort that is required, aside from the things that were mentioned, but commissions sometimes ask for information, and then you find that our police and fire department are compiling reports to satisfy information requests from the commission. That also eats up a lot of time. I'm just kind of thinking that we want to just minimize the administrative burden on both the fire department and the police department. The other thing is, I think their commission was instrumental in getting their CERT program going, but that's not an issue with us. We've got a really good CERT program. Another thing they were doing, that commission was involved with, is recruiting volunteers. But once again, we do pretty good there. So, I just can't seem to put my finger on the problem that we're really trying to solve. And there's a belief that perhaps public safety could be better if we have a commission. And I'm just reluctant to take that leap of faith. I really don't know that that's the case. And I still just have not heard a compelling argument that would convince me that there'd be a high probability of community enhancement by having that. I'm not even sure with the committee, advisory committee, what that would do, but what I really am in favor of is having regularly scheduled public safety town hall forums, and I'm just thinking once a quarter. Since I've been here, the ones I've seen have just been outstanding, and as a citizen, it actually changed my behavior, and I got some information out of that was very helpful to me as a citizen. And, before we do those, we could just put out, if there's a request for topics that the citizens would want to address, then our, fire and police chiefs or captains can address that. And I think part of that, suggestion number 5, City Council may choose to have a monthly public safety report. I would say a quarterly report that could be read out at these town halls. But that's my opinion. I think we'd get more out of a regular 4 times a year town hall, and I think that's real simple and easily within the burden of the staff to produce. So.
Thank you. I've wrestled with this idea even before I ran for council, and then thought it was a good idea once I got on and tried to push for it. But, I do think that what makes sense here is to start with a committee, an advisory committee, and kind of see where that leads us. In my mind, I'm a little bit more narrow in my focus. I think that there should be a police and fire committee. And because I've always envisioned a public safety commission, call it a public safety committee, but I've always envisioned it serving as, one, as a direct line of communication that is institutionalized with the public. Because as a council member, as mayor, I still get pretty regular emails with folks who might also be contacting the police or the fire department, but it's mostly police related, asking, why don't we have a police officer on this street giving more tickets? And then on the complete other end of the spectrum, I get the email or the call, our police just give too many tickets. And then, I'll get a question, why don't we have police walking or riding bikes throughout town? Why, in other words, I kind of, not an inundation of communication, but I get a pretty regular amount of it. And I don't know if it's just me, but I've always thought that, if you, and running for city council gives you, I think, a very good perspective of this. Folks have a pretty good idea of where they stand with our police department. If you ask them their views, they're going to tell you. And they usually have pretty good ideas in their mind of how to police this town better or how to provide fire services better. It's usually the police. But I've always thought that, hey, why don't you institutionalize that in a way to where you have a group of 5 to 7 people that meet once a month that can help us as a city and help the department hear that feedback. South Pass, the Mayor Pro Tem's right. It's a little different. I talked to the mayor about it. She's a huge fan of it, and she thinks it's really beneficial for that reason that I just mentioned, which is she goes to the Public Safety Commission members as really as a resource to say, what are we doing as a city that, what aren't we doing as a city that we could do better in terms of providing public safety? And, since we've been on council, there's been natural things that have happened with AB 109 to some more of the recent stuff that, have happened kind of under our watch that maybe it would have been nice to have a group of citizens that are overseeing and providing some advice to our police and fire departments. I don't think that the $17,000 is a ton of money, but I would probably wait on formalizing a commission until we had the committee run its course for a few months, if not a year. And, in my mind, I think the mission's really simple. It's you provide advisory services to the chief of both, now our public safety director and the chief of the fire department in a way that really just translates feedback you get on a monthly basis from the public. You could also have, South Pasadena does this. I don't think it's necessary, but their public safety commission oversees the neighborhood watch. They kind of help organize that. I'm not sure if that's helpful or not to the police department, but I really just see the main purpose of this as a line of communication. And that might be oversimplifying it, but there's something to be said about having public forums, which I agree with Mayor Pro Tem, having a quarterly public safety forum, I think is great. I think we should do that. But I think there's also something to be said about having a monthly open session where people can come and gripe. People can come and say, hey, I got a ticket. I didn't like it, and here's why I didn't like it, chief. And, I think that there's value to that. There's value to that type of process. And I don't know if you'll get people to necessarily do that at a quarterly public safety forum, I don't think you're going to stand up in front of a group of people there for a forum to say, I'm really upset that, you guys aren't ticketing more at South Lima. Which I think actually the Public Safety Committee would probably serve that purpose, possibly. So all that is to ramble on and say that I am in favor of this, but I do think that the focus should be pretty narrow at first, which is a sounding board for the community to give advice to our chiefs. Otherwise, I think, when the mission is so big and so large and in some ways ill-defined, then it's really, I think it's like paralysis by,
Everything to everybody.
Yeah, okay, well, now we're going to be doing CERT-related stuff, and all good ideas, but, I don't really want this committee to kind of find itself not only looking for potholes, but also, fielding public sentiment on whether we should have a police department or whether we should go to sheriffs. I just think those are really divergent things, so.
So, well, and again, I don't know, do we need to have some kind of motion for it? Because I'm in agreement with what I've heard so far. And Mayor, I agree with you in the sense that it should not be too broad, and I think we can really narrow down what the purpose and responsibilities are. And I would be happy to volunteer myself to be a liaison for this committee if we're all in agreement with that. And, to fine tune it just a little bit, and especially from what I'm hearing today and hearing maybe from what folks on this committee would like to see, and see how we can make that mesh together. So with that being said, I don't know if does it need a motion, and/or do we need to come up with, is it going to be appointed? Do we need applications?
We would definitely need a bit more direction.
Okay.
We understand that it'll be an advisory committee to begin with. I would recommend, you've given some parameters on what the committee could do, but the committees are wonderful too about presenting to the council what they think the committee could be doing.
Right.
Really, all we would need to get this ball rolling is some direction on how these committee members are chosen. They can either be completely, staff, people submit applications, staff selects from the applications. It could be, we could have 2 council members, not at a meeting, because then you get into Brown Act, but working with staff to select committee members. We could just say we accept everybody who wants to be on it, and if it's a big round table of 20 people meeting, that's the committee. So we would need some direction on the formation of it.
Why not do it just the way we do every other commission, just us?
It would be a Brown Act. In a minute there's 3, yes,
Okay.
but outside, if there isn't formal council action appointing them, it's just 2, for example, 2 council members working with the chief and I think that would be okay.
Yeah, I mean, in my view, I think you do put it out for an application. I'd probably limit it to 5, maybe 7. I don't really like the 15 people show up, and then, the next week there's like 7, and, you have kind of an informal committee, and half of them show up and half of them don't. I would like it to be probably 5 to 7.
5.
5 is fine, yeah. I mean, and I do think that, with the city manager, the chief,
chiefs
and Councilmember Arizmendi, and if we wanted one other council member is fine too. So, I'm very confident that whoever is appointed and whoever's doing the appointing will get good people on it. So, I don't necessarily have to have my hand in it. So, does anyone want to serve with Councilmember Arizmendi on the?
I will, because I'm the police
Okay.
department liaison. That makes sense.
Okay. Choose wisely. How will we publicize it? Just send it out, just
We
post
can
it?
we'll do the e-blast, put on our Facebook. We'll, all of our normal means of communicating with the public, we'll put out a press release.
Great.
Or the newspaper saying we're accepting applications. We'll have a filing deadline, and then once the deadline comes, we'll convene this committee and we'll select the first 5 members. We will advertise the meetings. Once we decide, we'll pick a regular date, 3rd Thursdays of the month or wherever it falls, whatever's open, and we'll just start.
Saturdays at 9 a.m. Chief? Does that work okay?
And we'll just start.
7 a.m., excuse me.
And one of their first charges will be put together what they think this committee should be working on, and we'll bring that back, and council sort of gives that the okay, and then we'll start working.
Great, that
Great.
sounds good.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, well, thank you, guys. It is 10:30. Can we get a quick review of the strategic plan? Just a quick rundown from the city manager. I think we,
Oh, look, he has a PowerPoint.
oh, no. Who does?
We do have a PowerPoint because it is a brand new, you might want to just wait till January.
Let's wait till
or
January then.
December.
Let's wait till
There's no
January.
rush. We'll continue, we'll work on the things that are in there. But it is a brand new plan, so I would recommend it be shared with the public publicly.
Great.
So
Well,
we'll,
then we'll
oh, and I
continue
do want to remind you, we have one more closed session.
Oh, that's right.
And we will let the city clerk know what time we come out to
Can
adjourn.
we get the volunteer
Oh, we have a
police,
closed
public
session
safety?
now?
We
Yeah,
have one
public
more
safety
closed
committee do that?
session.
We appoint them and have them just do the closed session? Okay, well, with that, we'll take we're just going to adjourn to closed session. So we will recess. Thank you very much, everyone.